on 9:30. John, I guess over to you, really.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me clearly?
We can.
You can?
Yes.
Very good. Well, I will try and speak slowly and clearly as befits an international meeting such as this. It's my great pleasure to open this meeting. Had the chat box in front of my face, which is very distracting. This is a very important meeting because we've spent the last year working on what we're here for, what benefits we bring, and this meeting will give you the results of that. And I'm very glad to be able to address such a gathering here in such a range of countries. The first thing we're going to do today is to talk about why we're here. What is FH Europe for? We know that it's to help people with FH, but we've spent a lot of time this year working out in more detail what we're about, and we want to share that with you. We want to get your feedback and your input on where we go. Magda will tell you a lot about what's happened this year. It's been a very busy year. And then when that's done, I will lead a session on what we call the governance of the organization. And that really means what our strategy is, what our purpose is, and what the plans are that we have to make that all work. There's several sessions there which I will talk about later on. I will give you the finance report. It's a slightly odd report because we've got 2 partial years. I'll explain what I mean by that when we get to it. And then we have a break at 10:45 after questions. Then from 11 till 12, we have updates on the network. I'm delighted to welcome our 4 new members of a new organization in Belgium because the previous one closed. Bulgaria, Israel, and Lithuania. Welcome all of you, and I hope you get a lot of inspiration from today's meeting. Then we'll have network updates from some of the other countries. The afternoon is about a workshop on pediatric screening. We'll explain the background to that as the morning progresses, and so by the time you get there, you'll have a fairly clear idea why we're talking about it and why it's important. Let me tell you that from what I've seen, it's extremely important.
C'est l'anglais. C'est un barbu là.
Sorry?
Just one little second, I think it's a technical one. Vincent, est-ce que tu as choisi français comme ta langue pour la traduction?
Non, non, merci. C'est pas nécessaire.
Ah, c'est OK, super.
Okay to continue?
Parle anglais, Vincent.
Oui, je vais parler anglais.
Merci.
Okay, so the pediatric screening session, extremely important. It gets to the heart of our new mission, which you'll see. Then we have some small group sessions talking about what we can do to bring this off and make it a reality. And then we report back and close. And I think by that time, you will be as excited as we all are about what's happened this year and what's going to happen next year. This is a pivotal moment in the history of FH Europe. And we've had a great time, and we're all very, very excited to give you this news today. So, hey, that's it. The meeting is now open. We've had the agenda, and I'll pass over to Magda to give you some information about what we've been doing in this last 12 months.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, John. And once again, hello, everyone. I know that there are some people joining from cars or maybe busy environments. May I just suggest that for this part of the meeting, we keep, except for the speakers, the microphones on mute, please. I will try my absolutely broken Italian. Buongiorno, Mimo. he is, as always, driving. I don't know how he does. We always have meetings when he's driving. If someone from the translators could actually help him get to the translation section, because we organized it for him to get the translation. I know there is 2 ladies. I just wanted to quickly say thank you to everyone who joined. And thank you so much to the team who is behind it to have helped organize it. So we have Asha, translators, and we have a guest speaker with us, Nicola Bedlington. Thank you so much for joining us. As John said, we have new members joining right now, straight from this morning, and some of them will be joining a little bit later. It is the best we can do in the circumstances we have, so let's benefit from that. I will provide annual updates on what has happened. There has been actually a lot. Only when I was preparing those slides, I realized how much we as a community and as network have achieved. And really, my top message here is let's make sure that whatever we do, we actually successfully and effectively implement. Otherwise, it's just a lot of work, nothing else. We need to implement it to really help and make change for people living with inherited lipid conditions. I have structured my presentation in 6 sections. So I will talk about patient support, awareness, advocacy and policy, research, network facilitation and capacity building. I gave myself 25 minutes, so I will really just focus on the most important things. But after this presentation, you will get the recording in the slides. So, as you know already, we are growing, and this is a slide from before a few days ago when we got the confirmation from new members. Our network is growing, which means there is both need and impact that we're delivering. We have now additionally members from Lithuania joining and Israel. So I'm really, really delighted that apart from the core group of 26 organizations in 25 countries, now we have additional ones. It was already earlier announced that we had Belgium and Bulgaria joining earlier in the year. So patient support, what happened in terms of patient support? What have we done? First and foremost, there have been some updates to our website, different pages, and they are continuously being updated. We have added patient stories. Some of you might know that we have worked with EAS FHSC, the global registry, and together we launched this important patient tool, Find My Lipid Clinic. A lot of you have as well contributed. I invite you to go and review it regularly to make sure that all the information is right. And just for those who might not be aware or who are new, this is a portal which basically is called findmylipidclinic.com that brings together a list of lipidologists and patient support groups. By tapping your location, you can find the nearest lab or expert. And I think it's in our interest to help promote it, to help people find the right access to experts. We hosted 2 webinars at the beginning of the year dedicated specifically to women. And one of them, upon the request from the network, was translated as well into German. Some of our members were also speakers there. I will talk about it in 1 second, but you can probably pick up already in the picture here some familiar faces. We had Inessa, Meryl speaking. We also had Michelle from the US and Caroline from Austria. So thank you so much for contributing to making it happen. I am so delighted to say that we finally, many months after, have the EAS annual meeting updates report ready. And I wanted to say thank you to Bianca, who is here on this call somewhere hidden. She helped produce it. It's basically highlights from the sessions of the latest scientific sessions at the conference, and I will be delighted to share it with you after this meeting in a PDF format. We have created some educational videos that are now available, and I will show them on the next slide. And finally, we are currently already in the process of developing, for the first time, truly meaningfully patient support materials delivered by patients, and they are dedicated to Lp(a). And I know that there is Janine Shipton, who is helping one of our members who is on the team working on that specific project. So a big thank you. When it comes to awareness, you can see the list is very, very long, and I would like to take this opportunity to focus on only the items that are highlighted in bold. So Many Faces, One Heart, International Women's Day in the webinars, the EAS conference plenary session, and our contributions to the EAS FHSC Global Registry closed meeting, and the FH Awareness Day. But it doesn't mean that we haven't made impact in other areas. And just briefly, as you remember, back in February, when there was the Rare Disease Day, we had one of our patients, Thanos, actually nominated for the Black Pearl Award, and he was also, together with other patients, acting as ambassadors and sharing their personal stories, helping raise awareness around HoFH, so the rare form of FH. We continued with the Global Heart Hub and their initiated Just Go campaign, the second edition. I have to admit this year was a little bit less of an impact because there was a lot of other things on our side in terms of the pediatric screening that really consumed a lot of time and attention. Again, rare diseases, again, EURORDIS, the annual meeting in May. Thanos was presenting on behalf of our community, and he was as one of the keynote speakers presenting the global call to action on FH. I will just mute. Good morning, Majena. I will just mute you. Oh, thank you. Okay. When it comes to engagement with Novartis, the pharma company, we had an opportunity to present to them, to the 60 international pharma leaders from their company, an awareness sort of raising presentation. And it was surprising to see how many people did not know about FH and other lipid disorders from the company themselves. Novartis also launched something that's called Novartis Patient Council, and we are a member of that, helping structure some of the activities. And I know that some of you here as well have been invited to join. So I think, Kirsten, you're representing Germany over there, right? Fantastic. World Heart Day, we did in collaboration with Silence Therapeutics, some activities, and with some patients who are outside of the network, awareness activities, patient stories, and movies. The World Stroke Day and FCS Awareness Day were on our agenda, but maybe not so many activities. Nevertheless, there was presence on social media and at least raising awareness through those channels. And finally, as you know, beginning of the year, we also created an Instagram account, which is proving to be quite popular, and we are definitely extending our reach over there. So I was talking more about, I would like to talk more about those awareness campaigns that were highlighted in bold. And the idea was to demonstrate the need for ambassadors and how we can leverage individual patients and patient stories, and with their help create ambassadors who can help raise awareness of the diseases. But it's not only patients, we also have goodwill people, like, for example, here an example of Christina, who is not a patient, but she's a great ambassador for our community. So you can see on this slide a set of different images from two different campaigns: Many Faces, One Heart, dedicated to HoFH, and a continuation, Many Faces, One Heart, but on the rare disease, on the International Women's Day. I wanted to take this opportunity once again and thank everyone, because there were a lot more people engaged. Joanna, you were there. Your post on importance of diversity of gender in clinical trials was probably one of the most popular one. So we all can contribute and help raise awareness in different ways. On the FH Awareness Day, we created 27 movies with the help of different type of ambassadors. Those were mostly medical experts from around Europe and world. And those were very short movies, 2 minutes, 3 minutes maximum, addressing different topics, starting from very fundamental basic information around cholesterol, going through the whole sort of patient journey, all the way to treatment and the latest developments. So those are now available on our YouTube channel, and they serve both as awareness raising tools, but also patient support elements. So I do invite you to have a look at them. The beauty of having them hosted on YouTube is that you can actually have captioning, so text beneath in your own language. So the artificial intelligence actually translates it into the language that you might choose. And if any of you would like to experiment and try that for the use of your patient communities in your countries, please let me know, and we can help you find out how to easily do that. We also had other elements on the FH Awareness Day, and I just wanted to bring it up because those were two sort of extremes. One very simple engagement activity through the FH Aware frame that many of you actually did. So again, a big thank you for updating your profile pictures. That was really great to see the solidarity and our community united. You might again recognize some of the faces. There was one little girl in boxing gloves. She's actually joining us all the way from Australia. That's how far we managed to get. On the other hand, a very interesting scientific high-level webinar that demonstrated what we in FH can achieve by leveraging innovation that's happening in that space, and how can we actually, and as a community, pave the way in other and be the evidence-based model of innovation in wider CVD. We had 3 guest speakers, Professor Mafalda Bourbon from Portugal, Hans Lerach from Germany, and Professor Koshray from UK. The webinar was moderated by by Marius Janta from Romania, our trustee. And I can tell you it has attracted so much interest among both citizens and patients, as well as clinicians and researchers. There's been a lot of positive feedback. You can all watch that on demand on YouTube. I really invite you to have a look at that. It might be a little bit higher content in terms of, it's not your classical patient support content, but definitely interesting for us as leaders to be aware of what's happening in the space of innovation in FH. Advocacy and policy, one of my favorite topics, and I hope we will be able to explain why this is my favorite topic. A lot happened. Again, beginning of the year, we as community FH Europe have contributed to the European Heart Network CVD white paper. There was a paragraph dedicated to the importance of screening. I will be happy to share that. Please reach out to me if you want to get access to the PDF document. Then the World Heart Federation Cholesterol Roadmap and the paper again. Thank you so much to everyone who contributed with their patient stories. A lot of them were published actually. We had from our directly community a story from Hungary, and also someone who is following our network from Lebanon. As you might recall, back in January, the European Commission published finally, officially after over a year of efforts, our best practices on pediatric screening. And that was the motto for most of the activities this year in our community, and really the highlight of the year for me personally, and I hope for many of you, if not for all, was the technical meeting. It all started back in January with that successful submission. So 10 months later, in October, we hosted together with the Slovenian presidency technical meeting on achieving equity and innovation in familial hypercholesterolemia pediatric screening across Europe. And it's important to highlight that this is an accompanying event of the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the European Union. Very lengthy, super long. What that means, actually, it's been highly on the European agenda, and we actually have a chance to move the needle for our communities back in the countries. And that's why we have this meeting. That's why this very exciting and motivating opening by John. And that's as well one of the reasons why we meet, and our workshop later on with Nicola will be dedicated to how do we leverage the achievements of the technical meeting. In the meantime, back in end of May, beginning of June, we as community were represented at the roundtable session at the European Atherosclerosis Society annual conference. There was a dedicated global debate about the next steps after the global call to action. So hopefully you can see already the pattern, how we have translated the global call to action activities from 2020 to actions in 2021. One of the recommendations in the global call to action was advocacy and screening, and that's exactly what's been happening this year in the European community. In the meantime, an extremely important thing happened, the launch of the European Alliance for Cardiovascular Health, in short called EACH, which happened on September 27th. We had a dedicated network call to that. There is as well a website where you can find out a little bit more. It's important to highlight that this is an opportunity again for our community jointly with other much wider multi-stakeholder group alliance, put the agenda of CVD on the European priority list. Some of you might be potentially familiar with something that's called Beat Cancer Plan, which is dedication, commitment, and a financial commitment as well from the European Commission to support improvement of the situation of patients with cancer. That's exactly similar ambition to create the urgency and commitment among the European politicians to prevent and help treat better cardiovascular diseases and actually focus on cardiovascular health. And within that group of 17 members, FH Europe is one of the surprisingly leading almost members with an example of this technical meeting and showcases what can be done in the space of advocacy. Final point, again, there's a lot of focus on LP(a), elevated LP(a), as we know that there will be soon, there is a promise of dedicated treatment coming up to patients. So obviously there is a lot more activities in both awareness raising and advocacy. And so FH Europe contributed to a European testing white paper, which is now submitted to publication. And I am delighted to say that it's been now confirmed we will have a special poster at an ISPOR conference in December. The technical meeting, we will have a little bit more dedicated to that in the second part of the of our meeting today. I will definitely be using and leveraging help of John and Nicola there to demonstrate the importance of what happened in October, and more importantly, how we need to continue and build on the success of this technical meeting, and how important it is that all of you as members are engaged very much practically hands-on, helping in your respective countries promote for pediatric screening. I think one other thing to add here, whatever success we will achieve for pediatric FH screening will open the doors to overall improved screening, testing, and prevention of other genetic lipid disorders that we are advocating for. But more about it in the second part of the meeting. In terms of research, Many of you have kindly contributed to a global survey on advocacy mapping with the World Heart Federation that we were conducting in partnership with them. It ended in Q3 this year, and now the World Heart Federation has picked it up and will be preparing a publication. So I'm really delighted to see that all the work and contribution from many of you is coming to a fruition. You might recall that in March, we launched an idea of having a women with FH and pregnancy survey as a research survey. The idea still is to conduct it. It has been shifted a little bit in time. And there is now, I've just realized the date mistake. It should have been 2021 to 2022. The goal is really to survey 1,000 women with FH, and that will be all delivered in local languages. So we will definitely want to collaborate with patient organizations in the countries to ensure that the translations are correct, but also that the dissemination is happening. And there is an ongoing idea to have a research on HoFH and emotional and mental impact on patients and carers, a survey design. So more to come probably in 2022. One of the final slides, the network facilitation. We had so far, and that was our commitment, to have quarterly virtual connects, the calls. Today is actually the 4th one of this year. I hope that they have been useful and helped us survive the really difficult period when we are all unable to meet in person, but still in the absence of face-to-face meetings kept us connected. As I mentioned earlier, we have the creation of Instagram, and I can see a lot of you loyally sharing and liking, which is great to see. I wanted to mention a few other things. I was, as a representative of FH Europe, invited to COLCO 10th anniversary in February. Unfortunately, it couldn't happen face-to-face. There was an opportunity, however, to contribute to their celebratory materials. So first of all, congratulations on your 10th anniversary, and thank you for the invitation. We also had some presentations, if you recall, from Diagnoza FH on MedPed and dedicated meeting. I was invited back to Czech Republic virtually to give a presentation on FH network, the community. One other element that I would like to remind us of is we have now this opportunity to join scientific conferences, and that was one of the gestures from the European Atherosclerosis Society. We had complimentary registrations to the conference. Some of you leveraged that, some of you used it, which is great. And of course, today's annual meeting, which I hope it's the last time that it's taking place virtually, and moving forward, we finally can make it happen face-to-face, because it's really important for all of us. I wanted to, excuse me, I wanted to emphasize how important it is that we facilitate the network, our patient organizations, that we work together and we are well connected and talk to each other and share. At the same time, it's extremely critical for us to expand and go beyond our close network of people who are familiar with FH, HoFH, Lp(a), FCS, and so on and so forth. And that means expanding and collaborating with other organizations. And that's what we're trying to do. And that's as well where there's a benefit for you and the communities and national patient organizations you represent. And I am just inviting you wholeheartedly to make sure that whatever new partnership and membership we have in place, you leverage it as well for yourself as an organization in your local communities. So as a reminder, FH Europe is a partner with EAS FHSC, the global registry, and there is far more practical collaboration with EAS, the society. We also partner with Screen Pro FH. I must admit that I would have loved that there was a better connection there. Maybe we can improve it moving forward. This is an organization that mostly supports, excuse me, screening programs or efforts to screen in Central and Eastern Europe. And that's mostly run by clinicians, physicians. I mentioned earlier, we are now a proud member, and so are you as members of FH Europe, of each, the European Alliance for Cardiovascular Health. And among members, 17 of them, you can see here on the slide, all other members, which are very influential, important organizations in Europe and internationally. So this is really something to be proud of and something to absolutely leverage in our discussions, efforts. You know, you need to make sure that it works for you. And I will be happy to explain how can that be of use for you on a national level. We are obviously a member of the World Heart Federation, and I am delighted to say that as of this year, Q2, we are also a member of the European Patients Forum, an extremely important and very influential patient community. The person who actually kicked it off and successfully launched it is Nicola Bedlington, and she's here with us today. So I am very careful not to make a mistake, but I think there are over 70 member organizations who are part of the European Patients Forum. Again, and a fabulous platform for us to push for policy changes, but also to build capacity, training, and so on and so forth. So a platform to leverage on a national and local level, and I wholeheartedly invite you to do so and follow. We're a member of EURORDIS, so any of you who is specifically dealing with rare forms of FH or FCS, for example, this is the platform to keep an eye on, and there is a lot of free, fabulous training that they organize, and we can, as members, use that. So please don't miss those opportunities. Finally, we are a member of the FPIA Patient Think Tank, so the industry group, where we can help and influence, hopefully, more and more how we collaborate with the industry. And finally, definitely improved collaboration, as I mentioned earlier, with EAS, but also with the European Society of Cardiology, International Atherosclerosis Society, and Global Heart Hub. You will be hearing a lot more about the Global Heart Hub Alliance, because there's a lot of activities as well, welcoming and focusing on ASCVD. I need to speed up here, and if I remember well, this is my last slide. When it comes to capacity building in terms of capacity of FH Europe to deliver, to support you, but also capacity building as a network for you on the national level. So I mentioned earlier, we have the quarterly virtual connects, the creation of, oh, this is wrong. I'm so sorry. I just realized that I have, this is not entirely correct slide, but the the last 3 bullet points are actually correct, because capacity building is all about providing access to trainings and education and building capacity for you. So we've been advertising quite a lot of training through for you, delivered by EURORDIS and the European Patients Forum. Again, I can only invite you to take that opportunity. Those are fabulous sets of information, great speakers, and the knowledge that can benefit you in running your national activities, but also to support pan-European mission for our patients. In terms of building capacity on FH Europe side, like the organizational capacity, we have appointed some external help, and that was the external agency to help with the newsletter. And I hope you're familiar, you've seen it by now, and you have read it. And I would be definitely keen to hear how it's working for you, but also other external resources, people dedicated specifically to projects like the technical meeting where we had Nicola helping, or some of the experts and patients externally coming to help with patient support materials. I am 5 minutes over. I apologize. I hand over to John now. We will have questions and answers later on, so please be patient and we can answer any questions related to my presentation later on. Over to you, John.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Magda. Sorry, just a little bit of Zoom issue there. Thank you very much. We will try in this session on the board to get those 5 minutes back. I have every confidence in my fellow trustees that we can speak quickly and purposefully and get the main points across. What I want to do in this session is to demonstrate to you that this is an impactful, active board. You know, this is not just a group of people who meet once a quarter for a chat and to look at the accounts. Magda's been extremely busy this year, as you've seen from those slides. We've been extremely busy too, first of all, working with her on some of those things, but also working on the strategy, the structure and the governance of FH Europe to make it fit for the future and something which can grow into the kind of organization that will have a real impact on FH. The most important thing we've done this year was to develop a strategy, and that was thanks to some free consultancy from EY, you know, the previous Ernst & Young, who have a program of helping organizations like ourselves deal with some of their big problems. They worked with us, they facilitated a strategy. And what I'm going to be talking about and what we're going to be doing today in this session is all based upon the work that we did in that session. Very, very valuable. First of all, we have now developed a clear guiding purpose. And I want to go through this a little bit slowly. We'll speed up later, but I want to give you clarity about what this means and what the impact of it is for what we do and what we will do with you. First of all, it's Europe-wide. It's Europe-wide because we don't have the capacity to be global. We'd love to be global, but at the moment, the way we're resourced, Europe is big enough. And, you know, this is the greater Europe. It goes from Iceland in the west to the Ural Mountains in the east. And it even includes little bits of Asia like Israel and potentially Lebanon. But this is Europe-wide at the moment. It's about improving awareness and understanding and access to diagnosis and treatment of various inherited lipid conditions. This means that diagnosis is critical because, as we all know, most people who have FH are not diagnosed. And if they're not diagnosed, they can't be treated. And if they're not diagnosed, they're not aware and they don't understand and they don't have access to anything. So focus on the undiagnosed is important, as well as focused on the diagnosed to ensure that they are aware of the treatments that are available and they have the best possible information. And you know, we know in this world of fake news and anti-vax campaigns that access to good information is very valuable and quite hard to do. And we're very clear now that we cover the range of inherited lipid conditions. This is not just FH. FH is important, it's the most common of them, but there are many other conditions which we could and do deal with. Lp(a) is becoming more and more important, for example. And the purpose of this is that people get treatment, they get support, and they live longer and they have healthier lives. That is why we're here, and that is what I would encourage you to take on as your mission too, and help us do this. How do we go from this forward? Well, let's go on to the next slide, which is our vision. Our vision is what we are trying to achieve in very broad terms. And so early diagnosis is very important. And that's the critical thing that we are going to focus on. We know that the world is changing around us. There's much more focus on prevention than treatment than there ever used to be. So screening and other diagnostic approaches will fit in with this. Care will become more and more personalized. more and more genetically based. Digital healthcare and online communication are now part of, particularly after COVID, are now part of every health service. In the UK here, we're having a lot of debate about GP appointments. How much can they be face-to-face and how much can they be digital? And patients are being asked more and more to provide expertise, support and consultation. And we see ourselves as the enabler of that process so that we work with you and with all of these other organizations, with governments, with industry, to prevent these terrible consequences of FH and the other dyslipidemias. So that's where we want to go. And critical to that is getting the strength to do it. And that strength is in two forms. One is in funding, and we're doing pretty well on that at the moment. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. The other is, sorry, just watching the chat. The other is people. And we have some people, we have a great board. We need more, as you will see, and we need more cooperation from you, because if we're not plugged in to the real patient communities and not plugged into national governments, we can be only partly effective. So that's the vision and purpose. I just want to say a little bit now about how that's driving the changing structure. What it's doing is, it's emphasizing where we need to develop. One place we need to develop is building the network out more strongly. We're very conscious and we're very sad that we haven't been able to meet you for the last 2 years. It's not what we wanted. As Magda says, let's have a meeting soon where we all get together and share our experiences. Giovanni in a minute is going to be talking about some of the ideas we have about structure and about membership and what it all means, because it's not obvious what it means to us. It may be obvious to you. If so, you can tell us. Joe is going to talk about the changes to the Board of Trustees, and really we're looking for new trustees is what the bottom line is, and she'll explain what those need to be. Magda will talk about a new concept, which is a patient council. Again, it is getting plugged into to the grassroots of patients, and we need to find a way to do that. We have a scientific and public policy advisory committee run by Sam and Marius. Because of the success of that committee, it is now going to be split in two. We're going to have a scientific committee and a public policy committee, and they will explain to you how that's going to work. And then Dorota is going to talk about our relations with industry. And I will further talk about the overall structure and location of FH Europe as an entity. And we will do that all in what is now left of 17 minutes. So let's go, and then I'll talk to you about finance. So Giovanni, over to you.
Thank you, John. So first, the usual question, can everybody hear me? Wonderful. And then you're muted, John, so I cannot hear you saying yes. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here. And maybe could you move back to the slide, Magda? Thank you very much. And I'd like to start with this picture, because it's not just a picture. You've heard from John about the more focused vision and purpose, and that's a very important point for us, that you are aware of it, and we all understand what it means, because that is a focal point. That is, if you wish, where the hands in this picture are joining. There's an old set of African sayings that say something to the fact that if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you bring your elders along. That is, you go together. And we do want to go far, and we do want to go far with you all. If you bring up the next slide, please. the vision again, and the common vision, the shared vision, which is something that will hopefully emerge from our next conversations starting today and going on in the next months, is extremely important. We are aware, we're fully aware that the network today, the people that are in the network, all of us, are representing a very diverse group. And there's a lot of strength in diversity because we can act in different ways, we can see things differently and complement each other. We also know that there are different, just as an example, some organizations, some of you are more aimed at supporting patients and others are more into advocacy. And that brings different operations mode and different features that are important for us also to be aware of, us as FH Europe. We understand that there are large variations in the size, location, capability of all of you. And we are aware that a lot of your operations are fueled by talented, passionate individuals that are acting as volunteers. So resource and capabilities are always a point of attention. So moving forward, it's important for us relatively quickly to start saying, at least on this axis, I think that would help Magda quite a lot operationally to understand a little bit more who is who and who is interested in doing what, who's operating on what plane, whether it's more on advocacy, on patient support, or both, of course. What we're really trying to see is the shared purpose and vision. And that's a work of clarity for all of us. We're also aware that Magda is doing a lot of work. We are also doing our bit as trustees. And we believe we bring the community some benefits, but it's also understand to see if you see those as benefits, what are the benefits that you see? Better understanding the situation you're in. We do have an understanding, but it's always perhaps not complete. What are the needs? But also what are your capabilities? What can you bring in? Even if it appears limited to you, it adds up. 26 people, 1 hour a week, it's 26 hours, and we have a whole year. So having a working coherence, having a working coordination can bring a lot of results. How can we educate, support each other? What can we expect from one another? I had a wonderful example of recent collaboration. FH Europe had the opportunity to intervene at a European level panel. I was invited to join because I speak French. I had a wonderful exchange with the French group that enabled me to be hopefully more effective in an online debate, and hopefully this can help the French community move a small notch further. Finally, we have a membership structure. We should think about other members. We definitely would like to get more in contact, in close contact with patients in collaboration with you. And just as a reminder of the benefits that we believe we're bringing. I don't know, Magda, if you can show the next slide. These are some of the things that we are facilitating, sharing of practices, the newsletter. It's a lot of effort to do that, so please use it internally and externally. This meeting or other meetings hopefully coming up, all the pan-European awareness and advocacy where we leverage on the sheer numbers of all of us connected. Cross exchanges, access to other organizations, knowledge, trainings, campaigns, materials. The opportunities for joint projects, because as one entity, FH Europe can hopefully open the door for maybe more opportunity for all of you and for us, because we can act through you in different national contexts and fundraising opportunities. I'd like to stop here. Again, it's important that we'd rather walk and work with people that are sharing our vision, and looking forward to a long journey with all of you.
Thank you. So hopefully, oh, Magda, you're on mute. Hopefully you can all hear me. Can you? Perfect. Okay, so since we met last year, there's been a few, well, we were relatively new in our roles as trustees. Many of us have very diverse backgrounds in terms of the our professional backgrounds. Some of us come from business, some of us bring an innovation, some of us from a medical background, some of us a pharmaceutical background. And so one of the areas that we feel as though we are lacking, and where we have a gap, where we, particularly given the purpose that we have and the activities that we want to do over the next year and beyond, we're looking for new trustees. And one of those areas are really around having patient trustees. So this is really important for us to be able to achieve the goals that we have, particularly, and Magda will talk about the patient council and some of the ambassadors and things that we've got, but really having representation from the communities that we represent and those impacted by the conditions that are within the scope that we of our remit. So maybe Magda, would you flip the next slide? So this is really an ask for you. So as I said, we're looking for 1 to 2 new patient trustees to represent the community. We would love your help to be able to identify those individuals or encourage members of your groups to consider applying for these positions. The advertisement went out for this about 10 days ago. But we're really looking over the next month or so to campaign around it and in different forums to be able to identify people that could be really valuable members of our board in the future. So that more information can be found using that hyperlink. It's also on our website. We're happy to take questions, but I'm conscious of the time. So if there's anything we want to address in the Q&A, we're happy to do so. But otherwise, I will save us a little bit of time, Magda.
Highly appreciated, because it's again me speaking. So everyone on this call, we've been through this exercise of trying to get patient trustees, or actually members of the network, onto the board. And I remember that happened beginning of 2020, and it was difficult. And what we came to realize is that for many people, it was maybe a little bit mysterious what it means. And more importantly, some of you had some reservations that you are already having your full-time jobs. On top of that, you're running your patient organizations in the countries, and then there would be an expectation to commit again with extra time and work to commit to FH Europe. And I think the reassurance here is that, yes, we will take any time you are happy to give in any capacity, but it's important that you understand that this is as well an opportunity. We say patient trustee recruitment, and it sounds very corporate almost, or very professional. It is really about ensuring that FH Europe has got insights from the network and serves the network, serves ultimately the patients, and that we have that continuous connection and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to reiterate the message from Joe, how important it is, and how this is an opportunity for you as well to shape this organization for you, for your members, and a wider community of patients and people who have not yet been diagnosed. Another element to amplify the voice of patient community and the citizen community is the patient council. We will be talking in a second a little bit more about all the advisory groups that we have created to build more capacity, more expertise in FH Europe to deliver all those successes we have and to actually provide even more impact. And advice from scientific group, policy group, even industry is important, but ultimately we need to reassure that we have your voice present and heard. And so apart from having trustees who are patients, there is this very wonderful opportunity and an idea to create patient advisory council. So this is where volunteers representing patients, carers, and I would like to add one other category, citizen, and I will explain why in a second, is so critical, so important. And again, if you do not wish to be a trustee, or any of the people you know would want to contribute, but they don't necessarily want to contribute in a function of trustee, because with trusteeship come certain commitments and responsibilities. And I think it's important to highlight there are opportunities to grow, to learn, to influence, but also there are certain commitments and responsibilities. This is another opportunity where you or your members, any other patient or carers, can come and contribute and provide advice. I will take a simple example. We are delivering patient support materials or creating an annual network meeting. And all the content is very much delivered based on what we think you need. I think it should be turned around. It needs to be delivered based on your needs, your expectations, as well as your suggestions and recommendations. So this is an opportunity. It is a new idea. The members of that specific group would be representing the needs and experience of people living with any of the diseases that we cover, or caring, because we know that there's, for example, a lot of children with HoFH, and very often it's the parents who advocate and are actively, passionately involved. And citizen, again, let me tell you why citizen. There was one slide, maybe you have noticed a red circle. Let me just go back to that. Patients today represent 10%. 90% of people we are advocating for are not aware that they have the disease, and that's only in FH, not mentioning Lp(a), HoFH, FCS. We need to take the example, the needs of a citizen, and there's a lot of people actually keen and happy to contribute and share their perspective, what would be potentially useful and helpful. So if you know someone who would like to dedicate time and expertise as a citizen, that would be as well an opportunity. And because it's a new forming advisory group, it would be then an opportunity to jointly, to co-create how we want to create the terms of reference, so-called. So what is the commitment of time, the frequency of meeting and opportunities, and so on and so forth. One important element here is to add that our patient trustee, who will be now appointed, would be part of that patient advisory council, and they would be feeding into the board to make sure that the decisions that are made by the board, the directions that are made by the board, taken by the board, incorporate the voice of the patients. With that, I will swiftly move to the next section. As we are talking about different advisory groups, as John mentioned at the beginning, we have established beginning of the year the Scientific and Public Health Advisory Committee that was is co-chaired by Sam and Marius. And for example, Meryl is sitting on that group. She is advising us there. There is a whole charter here. What is the purpose of this group, how often we meet, and what we do, what are the requirements, and so on and so forth. Here, probably more important, Vincent as well, who is here on this call, he is part of this group. This is how we were initially structuring it, with 17 international experts representing different areas from pediatric, cardiology, lipids, public health, genetics, and so on and so forth. And as you can see, now I'm going to make a little trick here. Carefully, look. We are actually re-establishing this group and splitting into two groups, where this part will be specifically dedicated to science and clinical research and related aspects, and separate group chaired by Marius will be dedicated to policy, to advocacy, to aspects that will take and build on all the research and evidence that has been delivered and move it into impactful policy changes. With that, I will hand over to Dorota, who will speak about the collaboration with the industry.
So, hello everybody. Can you hear me? So very, very quickly, maybe we can go to the next slide, please. So in respect to Industry Roundtable, very short update. You were already familiar that we started Industry Roundtable end of 2020. And we had common objectives to improve joint actions, create multi-stakeholder projects collaborations, as well as support our organization with funding sustainability. So far, 3 quarterly meetings took place. And what was already mentioned here, especially when we presented to our purpose and vision, it is very clear shift towards consulting and collaboration based on relationships. So this is direction in which our conversation and interaction with pharma industry is developing. Members from pharma, Amgen, Amryt, Novartis, Regeneron, and Silence Therapeutics, those are members until today. Other organizations which are in consideration is AXA, Daiichi Sankyo, and Sanofi. Also interesting information is that FPA Cardiovascular Disease Network Group was established. And this group is including additional organizations in addition to those members already mentioned, like Bayer, like AstraZeneca, also Arrowhead Pharmaceutical, and Amarin. So current situation is following. Before 2022, we want to review all terms and references with pharma, how we want to collaborate, how often we really need to meet to make the biggest co-creation and impact, also whether we should include other organizations, like for example, medical devices, diagnostics, etc. So very, very shortly, this is current situation in respect to Industry Roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dorota. And just 2 elements that I wanted to clarify for benefit for you locally when you are interacting with sponsors, with pharma. Axia has now split and is Ionis and Sobi. And some of you are already successfully interacting with them. Axia as such does not exist anymore. It's been absorbed by Ionis, but there is a separate sort of entity, Sobi, dedicated only to FCS. And actually, I would be happy to hear in the maybe break in the discussions, how is your collaboration with Sanofi? Because on a European level, unfortunately, they're pulling more and more out from collaboration and interest, but I know that they are active still on a national level. So that was just a bit of an added element here. Thank you so much. And over to you, John.
Right, can everyone hear me? Yeah, excellent. You might say, why are we talking about relocation? We're a UK-based charity. What's happening? I'll tell you what's happening. We've been looking at the funding model that we have, and we've identified that European funding, and particularly funding from the European Commission and European Commission-led projects, is going to be very important over the next few years. Because of Brexit, a UK organization will not find it easy to apply for that funding directly. And we've decided that it will make much more sense to relocate our legal entity to within the EU. We're a virtual organization. We don't have offices. We don't have staff. We have a lot of people who are networked around, and it doesn't actually matter where our legal presence is, and therefore we think it would be much better to move to the EU. You know, and therefore the slide with all the boxes completely misrepresents what we have to do. What we do have to do is we have to set up a new legal structure. We have to look at compliance and regulation. We have to look at accounting. We have to look at tax. We have to look at all the great things that you have to do when you change your country. And also, I'm determined that when we do move countries, that we have a trustee from that country who is experienced in things like, you know, tax and charity law. So that's, you know, that's what we need to do. Currently, the strong favorite is the Netherlands and the Amsterdam region, you know, with good access to the train network into Brussels. Schiphol Airport is, you know, one of the major European hubs, if not the major European hub. And the Dutch law makes it actually very simple and very, you know, they're very welcoming to foreign organizations setting up, even if we don't have a real footprint there, don't have an office or anything like that. So that's all I wanted to say. I plan that will happen during 2022. And so by the time of this time next year, we will be a new organization, and we may even have closed down the UK one by then, I'm not sure, but we will have to run two in parallel, transfer assets, get charitable status, all the housekeeping stuff that we're beginning to get to grips with now. So that's relocation.
Can I just add, John, the benefits of potentially Amsterdam, so that everyone can put it into a wider context for our community. Amsterdam is now the headquarter of EMA, the European Medicines Agency, an extremely important entity for health. Amsterdam is only stone throw away from Brussels, an extremely important location for us when it comes to European policy and other partners like the European Patients Forum, like the Commission, like Eurordis, some of the areas. So everything around policy and advocacy is based there. So I think there are many more benefits and an exciting potentially opportunity. One other thing, in the Netherlands, there is a patient organization who is our member, but we have not necessarily been able to actively engage with them. So that will be an opportunity. And there is LIEF, a model organization of hospitals that are dedicated to detection and treatment of FH. So another organization that we would love to collaborate with, learn from, and impact for our community. So a lot of pluses, a lot of exciting things, a lot to look forward to.
But it is not decided yet. So
no. So now the exciting presentation.
Yeah, we're now about 3 minutes over. I make it no, about 5 minutes over. So I will be fairly brief. Let me report first of all on last year's results. And when I say last year, it's not a year, because we changed our year end at the end of 2020. So the financial year for 2020 ran from March until December. You'll recall that our financial year used to begin in March and then end in February. That's no longer the case. We're now in the calendar year, and that helps a lot because it's the same year that all of our sponsors use, the same year the industry uses, and therefore we find it easy to align our budgeting cycle and our planning cycle with what we need to tell them and what we can expect from them. So anyway, so 2020 was a 10-month year, and so these results are for 10 months, the ones on the left, and you will see that they are somewhat reduced from what we've done in the past. That's partly because it's 10 months, not 12, but it's also largely because of COVID. And COVID affected our level of activity. And when you spend less in an organization such as ours, you attract less funding. So we've been able to do less in that year. We couldn't have the meetings and do the travel that we planned to do. Some things just went on hold. and therefore the funding for those things stayed away. But we did reduce the deficit that we were running. The previous year, as you can see, we had a deficit of £33,000 at the end of the year. Last year, it was only £15,000 at the end of the year. And we're still carrying forward a reasonably healthy balance of £94,900, which is a little bit more than what I would call the safe minimum. You know, I wouldn't want to start the new year with much less than that, because if something goes wrong, you can run out of cash very quickly. So that was the results for 2020. You might say, well, how are we doing this year? The next slide, the next slide is sponsorships and donations. This is where the money came from fundamentally in that year. So a project for the World Heart Foundation was quite helpful. And you'll see the the amounts that we got from the pharma, and note that Sanofi and Axia are no longer quite in the game. So that's clearly going to change in the future. Here's the results for the 9 months to September, which when I did these slides was the latest information I had. You'll see that the income is significantly up, 129,000 there, as opposed to, I think it was 71,000 in the previous 10 months. And with, at that point, we had a positive surplus of 35,000 and funds carried forward 130. You might say that looks really good. It's only 9 months. What's going to happen in the next 3 months? Well, we're halfway through that next 3 months now. And so I can tell you in broad terms that the fourth quarter will be much more successful than the first 3 quarters. And it's driven largely by the success of the European Technical Meeting on Pediatric Screening. That has unlocked funding and unlocked projects and given us things to do that we didn't have before. So when we publish our accounts, which will be sometime in the spring next year, you will see a much improved picture from this. And we will also, you will see a much greater level of activity from us in the next few months as we can recognize the extra funding that's available. It's not been easy. Magda's worked very hard to get this money. We get, as you're probably aware, we get no operational grants whatsoever. Everything we do is project-based or sponsorship of some activity. So we have to run an organization on a shoestring. But, projects we can do more now than we ever could before. So that's great. I talked about other sources of funding. Yes, we are looking at European Union funding, and we're looking at any kinds of funding that does not interfere with your sources of funding. So, we've always had a policy that we would not compete with national organizations, network organizations. That holds, but we're looking at everything else. And we'll come up with some innovative things over the next few months, I believe. We have somebody helping us with that who's a very experienced fundraiser in this sort of space. So that's really all I want to say on finance. And that, I think, leads us to the session on Q&A when we're only 10 minutes adrift. But, you can make this easy by not asking any questions.
No, please take this opportunity and ask questions. And this is the opportunity to ask any question. This is why we have this closed session, except for interpreters, translators. There is no one else. And Jules, and Nicola, who's been now heavily involved with the organization. Everything stays here, so please go ahead. Anyone? Fantastic. Gil, welcome to Gil, our new member. Unmute yourself and go ahead. You need to unmute yourself, Gil. That's the reality of virtual meetings.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, thank you everyone for having us. I'm I'm the chairman and the founder of the Israeli Heart Association. I myself a heart patient. I had 2 open heart surgeries and 2 strokes, but I'm fine. I'm fine enough to run the Israeli organization. I got 2 questions. First of all, as not as most of the countries can do, we, in order for us to use the materials, your material, we need everything to be translated into Hebrew. Now, as you all know very well, translating is hugely expensive. And I just, you know, the way we work with other organizations that we are a partner with, we take their materials, we translate it, and we find ways to fund it in Israel. I'm not asking of you, of course, to fund our translation, and we are, and I'm saying it all together, we are more than willing to send you back the Hebrew translation so you can put it on your website. If someone in Europe can read Hebrew, or is Israeli lives in Europe who wants to read the Hebrew stuff. Second of all, what I wanted to ask, John just mentioned the fact that you are all, you know, heavily sponsored by pharmaceutical companies. So is all of us. And the mutual point among everyone is we are basically funded by project and not by running the organization. What I'm saying is, and we can think about it, all of us together, how we can stop being shy and start raising the fact that running our organization, each one in his own, each country, is very expensive, and how we stop being shy for saying, listen, it's not just we need money to promote FH or how to diagnose it. We got, you know, we got printing costs, now I'm sure everyone is doing the same in his country, but I'm just offering a suggestion how we maybe on an organizational level talk about it, have a discussion. Maybe we can even declare something operational, saying, you know, how we can deal with it. I hope you understood what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for posing those questions, and I'm very, I'm sure that those topics are close to everyone's heart and mind because they live through it on a daily basis. And 2 answers that hopefully will be positively sounding to you. One, we do know that whatever materials we create, they will be created always in English as the first international language. And then what happens then? You cannot leverage it because it's not in the language of your communities. We have now we have identified an organization that is happy to help us with translations and localization, that can do it centrally, and then by the bulk of work that we could potentially commit to, we can negotiate better prices. But that also means that we need to leverage those funds. FH Europe today does not have the capacity by the nature of how we are sponsored to have a separate budget to translate in every language. However, what I can reassure you of is that if the country commits to roll out either the materials or the meetings that we might be recording, it gives me more opportunity to go to the sponsors in that case to highlight it and list it in a proposal when we come with a project. At the same time, whenever you are requesting money from your sponsors, you need to list it as well, that you need X amount of money for translations because there is this particular project coming up. Where the beauty of collaboration happens is that if we work really truly together and communicate, we can say, hey, for the sake of exercise, Novartis Europe and Novartis Israel, the 2 of us are working on exactly the same project. We just need Novartis Israel to sponsor the translation for Hebrew and ask for creation of the templates. Now,
this is exactly, I'm sorry for disrupt you. This is exactly how we work. I'm also a member of the GHH.
exactly.
And this is the way we work. And just to put my side of it, even before this meeting, after I had the conversation with you, I approached Novartis and Sanofi and said, listen, I'm going to be a member in this organization. Be prepared to getting some grants asking for me, because I want to do heavily educating on FH in Israel. And they said, go on, you're not frightening us.
Okay, well, what I can maybe let me answer this question differently, or the point you've raised. We're not going to find an answer as a community in 10 minutes of question and answers. But what is happening now, we've been very much aware of this challenge. Again, as FH Europe, let's say, impact will only be positive if things are rolled out and implemented nationally in member countries. Otherwise, it's just there on a digital shelf. Excuse me. We have now, as John said, engaged someone who is going to help us understand how we can do a lot of things in collaboration and leverage the fact that we are a network and that there are different sources of income. And more importantly, I would like to move our service to you, where we can have more structured sessions and workshops where we can actually discuss it. It's not about us bringing a solution, it's agreeing on the best solution, but also building the commitment. And that goes back to Giovanni's point. We need to see that there is this two-way commitment, that whatever is developed in FH Europe, for example, is of use and rolled out, but also whatever you might be creating is shared, because we know that, for example, French is spoken in several countries. So what is my commitment here, to keep it short and sweet, is that with those resources that we will be getting now, we will deliver this knowledge to you as a workshop where we can discuss that. I think we need to work on that together. That's one. And two, you mentioned something about there was the translations and, excuse me, what was there another? The operational grants. Every single country is different. FH Europe, as a pan-European organization, does not have an operational grant, but a lot of you can investigate it. I'm not saying that you have not investigated, Gil, but I know that there's a lot of countries where you can have it from the city, from the Ministry of Health, from the country. And again, that could be and should be a topic of our workshops, so we can identify avenues that you might not have thought of or not yet explored. Is that reassuring or satisfying at this point in time?
Very much.
Can I get at least of a nod, semi-nod, or, I need to create a little bit of an engagement with the rest of the people? So far, the trustees are nodding, which is great.
It's their job.
Magda, this is wonderful what's happening right now. I have very spontaneous, concrete proposals for everybody. This is an example of an initiative that resonates with at least one partner. Without going into much detail for sake of time, who would be interested in having a conversation around this? Can you please raise your hand, either digitally or physically? And what I would propose for the rest of the day, I can see at least two. I can see.
We have France.
Excellent. France, 3.
Or Poland.
4. Excellent. So for the rest of the day and for the other trustees, can we please collect points where at least 2 independent partners, so not FH Europe, but 2 national, at least 2 are interested in having a conversation, and then we can debrief afterwards. So this way we can have more effective and efficient identification of common points for further work. Thank you.
Fantastic. So actually there were 5 countries, and I know that Giovanni offered to take some notes. So we had Merrill as well. Great. Please, other questions, other hot topics? Otherwise, John will be totally pleased, because we will potentially get back to our planned schedule.
I have a question, and maybe it's more to the members and participants on this call. I think, are you, given what Magda has sort of shared with you in terms of what we have done this year and over the past 12 months, are you surprised by it? Are you, were you aware of all of that? I'm just kind of curious to hear your impressions of some of that. Are you happy about it?
Guys, you have no other choice to say yes, and then you can say the truth. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Janine, you want to speak? Go ahead.
Yes, answering your question, I think it depends what on the involvement, on the personal involvement of different individuals here now. Personally, I've been involved in many of these activities, so I'm very, very pleased. I would like to thank Magda and all the other people who have been at the source of all these activities. So I was not surprised. I knew about most of them. And I would encourage other members of other national organizations to also get involved, because it's extremely gratifying. It's very interesting because you learn so much, and you can also then do your work better on a national level, even if it's not translated, as in my case, I'm from Switzerland and we have German, French and Italian as languages. But still, to know it and then to pass it on at your national annual meetings, I believe that this is very useful for the cause.
I will chip in quickly because there are some elements in the chat from our very happy, appreciate all, yes, even overwhelmed. And I think it's extremely important to name it what it is. I know that some of you have come back and said that there is too much, that it can be a burden, or it's not aligned with what you're doing. And I think it's extremely important, to put it on the table, and more importantly, to create synergies whenever we can, planning for the next year. And Giovanni mentioned earlier, we highly appreciate that not every single organization has got the resources, as in human resources, time, money, agencies, and so on and so forth. There must be this element of supporting by planning early, by giving everyone the opportunity to plan your activities so you can leverage what's happening in FH Europe. So I think, and reverse, for FH Europe to leverage what's happening in the countries. And I think it's extremely important, and this is one of the ideas that we will potentially be entertaining very shortly in our meeting, if there is a possibility to help us as a community come together a lot earlier in the year, so we can put on the table the plans for the next year and see where can I, as Poland or Germany, leverage what's happening without getting overwhelmed, without getting maybe demotivated by the sheer amount of things that are happening. So I just want to reassure you that it's not a call for you to say how wonderful things are, but it's about how can we make it work for you. So with that, I think it's time for a bio, coffee, water, sports break. And John, as you have agreed to run the agenda, how much time do we actually have now?
Well, at this point, we have a minute.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. But let's get back in 15 minutes.
It is 11:15 CET. I'm so hoping to see your wonderful, beautiful faces again. So let's have all our cameras on, even if you're in a tracksuit. And I would like to take this opportunity to once again officially welcome our new members. Can I just ask if someone could give me a nod if you can see my screen? Great. Welcome on board. Welcome on board, because we are setting off for an exciting journey to make things happen for our communities. So I would love to give some time now to present themselves to the representatives of the new members from Lithuania, from Israel, from Belgium, and from Bulgaria. We actually have the pleasure of having here today with us both Rasa from Lithuania and Gil from Israel. We should be having soon, hopefully, a representative from Belgium. Sadly, Bulgarian representation could not join, but I can happily speak to that in 1 second. So, Rasa, would you like to go first and say a little bit about yourself and the organization you represent and the expectations maybe, as well as hopes from that collaboration and being a member with FH Europe?
Yes, hello everybody. Welcome from Lithuania. Can you see me? Because I cannot see myself.
Yes, we
You
can.
can see. Thank you very much. So I represent, I suppose, quite a new organization. We started a year ago, CVD, cardiovascular diseases. We are mainly interested in them, and everybody is maybe here. So our organization, patient organization, is called the Healthy Heart. And I could share just a few, or maybe one big slide with you, if it's possible. Okay, it has gone somewhere. Okay, I will say a few words. So we were established on the 22nd of September last year. And the aim is, of course, mainly to provide educational activities, and to just provide different activities, mainly organizing events, conferences. We have established our website where we usually place all information on cardiovascular diseases, on maybe important events, on what are the issues. The issues are hypertension, FH, of course, FH, hypercholesterolemia issues, atrial fibrillation, and even sometimes it's quite simple issues when you try to provide information for people how to measure, let's say, your blood pressure, not to forget to do that, or how to know the issues with your cholesterol, because again, people don't feel that, they don't usually apply to doctors, they wait till some maybe dramatical things start happening with their health. And so our aim is to educate people, mainly to educate people. Of course, most of the activities are very much prevented because of this tough period of COVID. So mainly we deal on our website, and I would like to demonstrate something. I was revising how to show you the screen, but
can we help you somehow?
Difficult.
Can we guide you? Can we help you with this? At the
Okay,
bottom of your screen, you should. Fantastic! It's coming up.
I know this. Technically, I know this, but it somehow went somewhere. Okay, can you see this slide with my face? Oh, with an open mouth. Can you see it now? Oh no.
Yes.
You can see it now. Okay, so this is the sample. It's on the tube and it's on our website of our conference, which took place on the 23rd of September. It was divided to AFH, organized with some assistance, of course, by our organization. And here were lectures, presentations made by professionals, then they answered patients' questions. There were about 150 participants and just people who were quite eager to listen to us. So that was interesting just to know this particular day of age FH in Lithuanian is, if you can read it, conference devoted to the World FH Day. In Lithuanian is this letter stands for Eš. In Lithuanian, family is with the letter Še. So that's how we write it. And this is the icon of our organization, the Healthy Heart. And now I'm a bit nervous, so I cannot find that ideas which I wanted to show you, but mainly I have told you, okay, something else. We are also some kind of intermediaries or like trustees or advocates when dealing with our authorities in our republic, because of course there are problems as in other countries patients face. Sometimes it's difficult to get to the doctor because of this period. Sometimes the clinics are half empty and people are scared not to get infection. So again, we must somehow try to maybe not educate, but maybe make people braver to address the issues of their heart and other problems, because we know sad statistics that more people die of CVD illnesses than they die of COVID. These are the numbers. Lithuania is quite a leader here, unfortunately. So another thing is to train people to lead a healthy lifestyle and exercising what their health permitting, so as much as it permits, also taking pills. And again, we write letters to our authorities, to the Ministry of Health regarding multi-pills with the twice or thrice effect of the medicines. And we focus on that patients also trying to start projects on that patients were given more maybe attention after surgery in their rehab period. I think these are common problems that we should just start maybe not showing more respect to ourselves, but maybe taking care of ourselves more, because if you face some problem, I mean heart or vascular problem or other problems or surgeries even, so you must be very attentive to yourself, because nobody should love you more than yourself, I think so. So maybe that's in short, because I don't want to repeat other ideas, and I'm very happy to just be here to share the knowledge and to gain the knowledge. We are also members, our organization, I mean, of Global Heart Hub and of European Patient Forum as well. So we also participate in their meetings, in their forums, and we are trying to do things. So thank you. Are there any questions maybe?
Ačiū, that's if I pronounced it well, thank you in Lithuanian. Rasa, just a few words about yourself. Are you, what made you, what motivates you to set up the organization?
Maybe my personal problems. I have hypertension, I have dyslipidemia, I have atrial fibrillation. Sometimes we face some, again, there are various problems, maybe they are local ones. Some indifference from on behalf of the treating personnel, so health providers, I mean, but maybe to get better medicine, maybe to get compensation, because we are on some medicine we are not compensated here. So we are again trying to apply to authorities, and we need more members in our organization for this. Now there are about 100 of them already on our list.
Congratulations.
So I guess that's quite a lot in 1 year. And so we are talking to them. I write letters to them. We talk on website, sometimes on the phone, because to me directly it's not very easy because of this COVID. Also, we are starting some project on making videos with patients, their stories, their experience, so sharing experience. And another important problem, most heart patients or patients with heart condition, we must admit that quite a lot of people are lonely people. So this is one way of communicating with each other, because loneliness, which maybe could lead to some depression, or the person might feel unhappy. So this is what breaks our hearts in reality. So we must stay in good mood. So maybe we are planning activities just to join all together and to have something for fun.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the group to Rasa? And unfortunately, I cannot see the full screen. Just 1 second. If there are none, I just wanted to say how delighted we are that you will help raise awareness of FH and other genetic lipid conditions. We know that they are very specific in the whole group of wider CVD, but it's really great to have someone in Lithuania who can drive those activities. So thank you once again, Atiu. And with that,
Thank you.
changing geographical location all the way to Israel. Gil, I saw you a second ago. Yes, you're there. Over to you.
Just a second, please. Okay, hello everyone. Again, it's me. Let me just move my picture. This is a small presentation of our organization. Let me start by talking about myself. I'm 57 years old. I was born with a congenital heart problem. I was born with a valve, with a bicuspid aortic valve. At the age of 30, I had my first heart operation of replacing my my valve. I have a mechanical valve which ticking 24/7, even when I'm asleep. And I'm taking, of course, blood thinners. And the second heart operation I had when I was about 2015, 6 years ago. I had aneurysm on my aorta. I was operated. Unfortunately, I had a serious stroke during the operation. I was woke up without the ability of moving any part of my body except my head. I was moved to 7 months of rehabilitation in a rehabilitation hospital in Israel, and which there I made two promises to myself and to my kids. First of all, is to stand up on my feet, and the second one was that when I get back on my feet, to fund a heart organization, a patient organization in Israel. Jumping to 2019, April 2019, I founded the Israeli Heart Association. Can you see the picture?
Yes.
Okay, let me see yes, okay, I'm gonna do it fast. We are the only heart association in Israel. In Israel, there's about 9 million citizens. 1 million out of them are diagnosed with some kind of heart or cardiovascular disease. And I've founded the organization with two main subjects. First one is to assist in any way we can to heart patients, heart and cardiovascular patients and their caregivers in any way we can. The second one is to raise awareness to heart and CVD in Israel. It's not funny, but Israel is a well-known country in the world for high tech, even in the medical field, and even specifically in the heart medical field. But the awareness to heart problem is low, even not existing, until we start, and this is the reason we started it, to elevate awareness to all matters of heart problems, CVD. In none of my papers right now, FH is in, because we are recently new members of the FH organization, but we're going to, of course, put it in our papers. We are legally registered, managed by a governing council with financially. We are doing everything, as you can see, by the book. Although we are operating only for 3 years, less than 3 years, I am not waiting for anyone. and I'm moving as fast as I can. I got a very impressive advisory board, most of them, all of them, I mean, from the cardiac field, blood field. I got Professor Renan Dorst. He's a well-known, globally well-known professor on lipids. And this is the numbers in Israel. Our vision is to be the leading organization in Israel for promoting publicity, heart and cardiovascular health, and raising public awareness to heart and CVD and healthy lifestyle. Our aim is to reduce the rate and morbidity and mortality in Israel from these diseases. This is also the missions. I'm sure you can read it quite quick. What do we do right now? Because of the COVID, we are, all of us are working online, but working online is good because of the people can really go out. Online or internet is being highly pushed up. So we have bi-monthly, twice a month, we have a webinar on some kind of a topic. If it's cholesterol, high blood pressure, you name it, we have it. We have campaigns with video clips. We have 8 support groups on Facebook. For each, we have for cholesterol, we have for FH and cholesterol, a support group. We have about 300 people in it right now. Altogether, the Israeli Heart Organization is, although we just started, we have already 10,000 people registered in the organizations. We have a hotline, a call center. We're recruiting members. As you can see, we are collaborating internationally, and hopefully, if I have Magda's and John consent, I will add your logo into here. We have a lot of plans ahead of us, and project, and that's basically us.
Wow, that's pretty inspirational. Wonderful job. And I was just saying, yes, I'm looking forward to our logo on page number 6 and beyond that, to have really improved situation for people in Israel living with genetic dyslipidemias leading to CVD. A very moving story, your personal story, and I can understand why there is so much motivation where it comes from. Thank you so much for sharing. Anyone else on the call would like to comment?
Actually, I would like to comment. First of all, Gil, thank you for a very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
What captured my attention when you were speaking, I have to tell that indeed there is very strong perception of Israel being the very high-tech and innovative country. And what is also creating a lot of specific qualitative research to learn from your country. And what captured my attention is your comment that on another side, there is extremely low awareness of cardiovascular disease in your country. Can you explain or elaborate a little bit why you think it is like that in such an open-minded country for the disease, which is number 1 of leading to the death?
First of all, Dorota, thank you for the question. And you couldn't point a better question than this. Well, the reason is, and you'll all be surprised or amazed, comes to one word: money. What do I mean by money? As you can see, awareness can come from 2 ways, or it can come from the government itself, from the health government, or from organizations such as ours. Now, as I mentioned, until 2019, until I established this organization, there was no heart patient organization in Israel. Now, then you can ask yourself, okay, how about why other, cardiologist organization, guild or whatever, why didn't they do, why didn't the government do anything about it? I don't know, but I can tell you that it's it's an advantage for us because we are basically working on a clean land. We don't have to fight with other heart organizations. We don't have to, we have a clean sheet. We can do whatever we want, literally whatever we want without anyone interfering. We are, of course, one of my main aims is to get as much as pressure as I can into the government. I've now applied to be a member of some leading councils in the government, in the health authority, to represent the heart patients and the heart patients. And to answer your question, it's a very good question. It's, you know, it's one of the questions you can, you know, it amazes you. How can it be that 1 in 6 in Israel, 1 in 6 people are diagnosed with some kind of heart problem? This is the #1 issue in the world by the WHO for mortality and for morbidity. How come in Israel it's so low in awareness? It's something that has to be, a question has to be asked for the government. I don't ask this question because for me, everyone is not just welcoming us and me as an organization. Everyone, I mean doctors, I mean pharmaceutical companies, everyone is saying, where have you been until now? Welcome, and we're gonna give you as much help as you can, because one of the main things when I meet all these people or the companies or whatever, the first sentence I tell them, first 2 sentences I tell them is, hey, 1 million people in Israel are diagnosed. 2, in every family in Israel, there are at least 1 person who is diagnosed with some kind of heart problem, and another 2 person in the family have some kind of of risk factor for heart problem. And from that moment, all attention is to me. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much. And you just gave us a bit of a training here on advocacy, I think. Sorry, Dorota, you were just saying, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You answered very, very, very deeply. And this is also interesting learning for me because indeed, as I mentioned, my focus is very strong on Israel and on lessons learned in respect to innovation. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. With that, we have 2 other organizations, and then we will do round the room, round table with everyone who is here to hear what's happening in other countries. So with that, I would like to, hopefully it's gonna technically work, share a presentation sent by the Belgium Cardiac League. That's how they are called, I think, in free translation in English. Can I just get a bit of a nod from you if you can see, and I'll try to play that. Hopefully that's gonna work.
Hi, my name is Katrien Verbergmoes. I work for the Belgian Heart League as a project manager for secondary prevention, and I'm responsible for the contact with patients. The Belgian Heart League, or the Belgische Cardiologische Liga in French, La Ligue Cardiologique Belge, exists since 1968. And it is the national institution for cardiovascular prevention in Belgium. Our missions are summarized in 3 pillars. The first is to prevent cardiovascular disease among the general public and the groups at risk. Secondly, we accompany and support patients and their families after a heart or vascular disease. And thirdly, we inform the population. We inform them about the risks, the risk factors, the causes, the symptoms, the treatments of cardiovascular disease. Since we are all aiming for a better healthcare system in the world, and for us in Belgium, we are of course very happy to be part of the FH group, because hypercholesterolemia is a major risk factor for cardiovascular diseases. So I think we can mean something for you, and you can mean a lot for us. So that's our message.
Thank you so much. That's from Belgium, and I think it's important to understand for those of you who have been with us for a number of years. There used to be a Belgium patient organization specifically dedicated to FH and cholesterol called BELCO. BELCO, unfortunately, due to the challenges that they were facing in resources, people, time, and so on and so forth, ceased to exist, but they handed over their mission, so to say, to Liga, and Liga now carries on the legacy and all the activities, and this is why we are establishing this new relationship. They have taken under the umbrella FH, and as well they're willing to look into HoFH, Lp(a), and so on and so forth. So that was Belgium. And when it comes to Bulgaria, really quickly, I was hoping that maybe we would have the representation joining us today, but unfortunately they couldn't. So the organization that joined us has been actually active in a lot of things for quite a while, but only this year officially joined us. It's called Federation Bulgarian Patients Forum. And they are as well a non-governmental organization, and the goal is to protect the rights of people with various diseases, timely access to quality treatment and appropriate therapy for their conditions. And it's important to mention that the federation has regional representatives in 28 districts of Bulgaria, and they are ready to help patients with everything and anything related to their health and health-related problems. And with their member organization called Cardiology and Familial Hypercholesterolemia Bulgaria, they've been working for the improvement of the situation of people with FH for many years. The activities focus on two specific areas: improvement of disease awareness and collaboration with various national and international institutions. Every year at the Federation Bulgarian Patients Forum, they organize patient meetings in order to improve the health literacy of patients and lay public. At their events, they explain to the participants what FH is, the symptoms, risks, and disease consequences, as well as available treatment options in Bulgaria. And my understanding is that it's not very, the situation is quite challenging right now in the country. For the last 3 years, they have toured the country with events where they educated about and tested for high LDL cholesterol. The priority is to have FH recognized as a significant public health burden and to obtain reimbursement for FH medication. And that's the update I have received from Bulgaria. I'm not going to ask if there are any other questions about Bulgaria because I won't be able to answer them, but I will use this as an opportunity to invite the rest of the people who are on the call to share about updates, developments from your respective organizations and respective countries. And I will be happy to start. And we have a diversity here of countries. It makes me really happy that so many of you joined. Kirsten, would you like to go first?
Yes, hello Magda, hello everybody. It's really nice to be here. Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, okay.
We can.
Okay, I'd like to report a few highlights from Kolko, from Germany. And yes, this year in February, we celebrated our 10th anniversary with a celebratory publication for our members and a raffle to win a cooking class for 2 persons. And in September, we had a board meeting again since a really very long time now, which was not online. It was a really wonderful moment to see each other again in person. And it also made planning for the next time much easier. It was planned that we would ask patients for short videos about their experiences. Yes, a little bit like your videos from FH Europe. I think that's something similar. And yes, at the end of October, our annual members meeting online again took place with a re-election of our board and a lecture by Professor Merkel afterwards about LPA. And yes, afterwards there was plenty of opportunity for all of us for personal exchange. And since the 1st of November, we have on our website linked, yes, a new co. It's a very, very wide co for morbus refsum. I don't know it in English. And this patient needs apheresis therapy too. Yes, that's our highlights from this year.
Thank you so much, Kirsten. I am already very intrigued and going to your website and trying to find out about these updates from 1st of November. I will be happy to look and share that. Is there anything in the group, any questions to Kirsten about Germany? If not, this is your very quick window of opportunity. If not, then I will hand over to Marzena from Poland. Thank you so much, Kirsten.
Hi, hello.
Thank you so much, Kirsten.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. What I would like to highlight from our association this year, there is some staff shortages in our place, so there was not so much activities maybe in the association itself. But I'm really happy to announce that, as you know or you don't know, we have a full reimbursement of PCSK9 in Poland in a drug program, and this year in September, this inclusion criteria are easier for patients, and there is like LDL of 100 on the treatment with statins, just to be included to this drug program. So we are happy, very happy about that, because for a lot more of patients, it's available right now to enter this program with this drug, which is very, very expensive on the market in Poland. And this is 100 reimbursement, so even more, this is very good information for Polish patients. And the second thing, last year we started to talk with our Ministry of Health about the National Registry of FH, and now it's on, and we are trying to develop our website and of this registry, and I don't know, just create some engine for all the caregivers who can put the data on the registry. So I think that's our highlights from Poland.
This is absolutely phenomenal update. Oh, I'm not sure if I should be talking. There was a bit of an echo, but this is absolutely phenomenal update for patients living with the dyslipidemias. And I know how long you've been working on the reimbursement as well as creation a national registry. Again, a fantastic resource of data. So congratulations. This is really, really great. And Marzena, we've been talking a lot about resources in Poland. I know this is still on the list of support for Polish, especially as I am from Poland. I feel extremely committed to helping you and making those changes.
There is a little light. I found one patient, so maybe at least our Facebook page and our website will be just a little more updated in a few next months. Yep.
Fantastic.
But
Great.
still, right now it's just a board, so me and my trustee and one trustee, so it's a lot to do. Yep, you know how it's going on right now.
Absolutely. Any questions from the group to Marzena? If not, I will quickly move to now I have Myra. If you would like to bring any updates from Malta.
Hello, hi. I was really interesting hearing about Poland. From our end, as you know, we've been working to try to get patients coming forward, but being a small country, this can be an issue. We have moved to getting some patients onto PCSK9, but again, we don't have a national automatic provision for this. We have raised awareness as well in terms of the National Cardiac Meeting. There's lately been a seminar where we had international speakers, and available. The seminar was available online for both patients and medical practitioners to try to raise awareness of familial hypercholesterolemia. We do have a register which is based in the lipid clinic and also in primary care clinics. And slowly but surely we're trying to get patients registered onto it. But so far we don't have more than 10% of our estimated prevalence of patients with FH. We do have a few patients with the other rarer conditions, but being a small community, the numbers are very small. So,
and I think it's useful to mention to everyone that there is still no official patient organization in Malta,
yes.
And you are absolutely fighting for it and getting more people engaged, but you are dealing with issues of certain stigma or social
yeah, I'm a physician who runs a lipid clinic in the only acute general hospital in the country, and it is very difficult in a small community. I keep bringing this up because it's if you have an inherited condition in a small community where people tend to know one another, they tend to be rather reluctant to come forward, you know, to position themselves. Because there can be certain implications in terms of family connections, and even younger individuals, which I imagine are present also in other countries, but in a small community, they're magnified because people don't like to identify themselves so much. This is an issue I keep coming across. Also, because we tend to identify them later on in life, then other issues come in, you know, as people grow up, perhaps they become more distant, they don't talk to one another so much, and other issues come into it. So, although it's an inherited condition with less stigma as compared to other genetic conditions, because really you can diagnose it from the lipid profile and from a good history, obviously. There is this reluctance, I'm afraid, which I have been a total failure. I've invited many patients to come forward. I'm afraid I've totally failed in getting patients to want to come together. I have to say that we don't have a very strong history of patient advocacy in this country. There is a patient advocacy association, but it's generic and is not very loudly heard. There's the official structure, but things move very slowly. I'm sorry, it sounds a bit disjointed because you got me off my guard.
No, that's absolutely understandable. And I think we know that there are countries where there is more engagement. There are countries where setting the fundamentals is already very challenging. So it's important to remind ourselves about it and try to find if there are other countries who would share similar challenges and try to tackle it maybe collectively. But thank you so much for always joining and being such an engaged advocate in Malta and also internationally, because you have contributed with a movie to the FH Awareness Day. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving forward, I would like to now quickly hand over to Jules. And before I do, we agreed, if you remember before the break, that we would take a little bit of time from our lunch break to ensure that everyone gets a chance to talk, and I hope that still stands. We still have other countries, and I would like to make sure that we give Mimo and Lionel opportunity to speak, but for that we will need to switch the languages so we can hear the translations. That's why I leave you gentlemen to the end, okay? So Jules, over to you.
Thank you, Magda. First of all, forgive me, I'm not going to put my video on because I've had surgery on my lip and it doesn't look very nice. It's great to see everybody, and it's just great to see the new members. So welcome to the new members, which is fantastic. So from the UK, so for those that don't know me, I'm Jules Payne. I'm the Chief Executive of Heart UK, the cholesterol charity. We call ourselves the cholesterol charity because it's simple, but actually we cover all lipid conditions, inherited and non. Oh, am I there still? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yep. Okay. So, so for a number of years now, we have been working to try and get our UK National Screening Committee to accept child parent screening for FH, and they have said no 3 times. The 3rd time was recently. However, what we have managed to do is to get a 2-year pilot going. And at the end of that 2-year pilot, there will be an evaluation, and we've worked with the NHS around all of this and the key stakeholders. So that evaluation, I hope, will then result in the UK National Screening Committee adopting FH as a screening programme. The reason that's so important is because in England, where the pilot is happening, is that if that works and it proves successful, which we all know it will, then that will be rolled out across England. The importance of the UK National Screening Committee is that they cover all 4 nations of the UK. So, so that will then roll out across the whole of the UK. So that's very important. We are also, I'm pleased to say, we have spent since 2012 trying to get a national registry for FH. And that is now, I'm pleased to say, the NHS are now looking at exactly that, introducing a national registry. There is a procurement process that is currently happening that Heart UK is feeding into, and that is underway. We hope that that will result in a national, when I say national, that's really only going to be England. This is the challenge of the UK, of having different countries. So that moving, what we need to do is to make sure it links up with Wales, who also have a national registry for FH. So first step forward, get England sorted first, and then we can worry about the link up. Our helpline was during COVID absolutely crazy. Access to the helpline went up significantly. And because people with FH and cardiovascular disease just weren't really quite sure how to approach things. So we did a lot of activity, as well as publishing papers to help healthcare professionals to handle CVD and FH and treating their patients. So the helpline continues to be very much accessed, and although the COVID question is reducing, there are certain things that still continue, and certainly the access is very high. So there's still a very big problem out there. Heart UK focuses a lot around awareness raising. So throughout the year, we've raised awareness through various different channels, but we also have we've done a lot of webinars similar to others as well, which I think they have proved hugely successful. But what we are tackling is the lack of knowledge of healthcare professionals as well. So we've launched a primary care education programme that is proving massively successful. And we've worked in partnership with the NHS with that. We've also launched a nutrition academy because there is a lack of knowledge with people giving diet advice to patients. We've also launched a new report, The Future of CVD. I'll be one more minute, Magda, if I may. we launched a report, the Future of CVD Care report, because post-COVID, everything shut down in COVID. So cholesterol testing was not happening. Our health checks that we have absolutely shelved. So, so that's kind of where we were at. And we wanted to look at, one, what's happening now, and also what about the future, because actually the pressures, the way things are done in the UK now is very different. There was a blood tubes shortage, so cholesterol testing was absolutely shelved, even though we were starting to get back up to speed. That was shelved again. And now I heard yesterday that there is a directive that people are not needing to be retested. This is a directive from the NHS, but people don't need to be retested on certain circumstances. And we had somebody on the helpline this week saying he's got FH, and his GP has said, you never need to be retested, cholesterol tested again. Well, this is utter bonkers. So we'll be picking all this up with the NHS to discuss with them why that wasn't, why we didn't have any engagement over that communication. So outside of that, I think that they're kind of the key things, really. There's so much more, obviously, but I don't want to take up too much of the time because it's great to hear from others.
Thank you so much, Jules. Thank you. And many thanks for making sure that you join, and congratulations on the progress with the pilot on screening. It's definitely something we should be picking up in the international efforts to make screening in general possible, a reality across Europe. It's a long-term legacy that you started already many years ago. So thank you so much, and thank you as well for mentioning all the very much the details as well of how far can our activities go in supporting patient and patient communities as well as physicians. I think it's important to highlight for the new members that Heart UK is quite a robust organization compared to others, and sometimes obviously we can get a lot of great examples and fantastic motivation from Heart UK. So thank you for sharing that with us, Jules.
I'll just add to this, though. Yes, we are, but let me tell you, we did lose a third of our income through COVID. So we're just the same as everyone else in that degree. So
yes, thank you for bringing it up as well, Jules. With that, I would like to quickly move, because I can see still here Turkey and Romania, and then if I'm not mistaken, we have France and Italy. So Bianca or Andrea, which one of you would like to bring some updates from Romania? I'll just ask you to be a little bit...
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I just want to ask, as we have still 3 more countries to go, we need to speed up a little bit. Thank you.
I'll try to be brief. Thank you so much, Magdalena. Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you, to meet the new members. I'm very glad to be here today. I represent FOBEC, the Popa Foundation for Patients with Cardiovascular Diseases, a foundation based in Bucharest, Romania. We are very glad to see that there is this favorable context at the European level for the theme of CVD and prevention. And of course, there have been remarkable actions that FH Europe has been involved in and that we look up to. There is this great momentum to learn from different countries and actually move things forward. To tell you just a little bit about what we have been doing, some progress and some of our future plans. Before the pandemic, we have been involved in campaigns aiming to raise awareness, but also testing. For example, we had some testing campaign. We went to shopping centers to test for cholesterol. This was performed by doctors and nurses. These campaigns were supported by pharmaceutical companies. And for the people willing, we could perform more detailed tests to establish some cardiovascular disease risk further. These campaigns were successful, and I'm telling you what happened before the pandemic hit. We could test around 400, 500 people in a couple of days. These were followed by educational meetings for patients to raise awareness. And these were really very good campaigns at the moment, but we didn't have PCSK9 reimbursed at the time, and there were some challenges at the healthcare system. And we saw in time that the interest of the industry was diminished, and these campaigns were reduced in time. Testing was only supported by the professional societies afterwards. And then, of course, the pandemic hit and more barriers appeared. As you probably heard, right now, the situation is one of the worst in Europe, in Romania. There have been many challenges at the healthcare system level, but also in the whole society. And of course, this theme of CVD is not a priority, I would say, on the decision makers' agenda. As it has been mentioned before, a lot of efforts have been made from the civil societies. And so far, FOBAC has worked as a patient support organization, but we want to change things a little bit from now on. And of course, the pandemic brought about a lot of challenges and a lot of deficits of the healthcare system, but we want to build on the good things that happen, things such as the acceleration of innovation and showing us the importance of prevention and health promotion. And for the future, we aim to create this multi-stakeholder platform based on the modern understanding of CVDs and to become like more than a patient support organization, but also involved in policy and research. And discussions are in an early phase, and we will keep you updated on that. I won't take much of your time. I can't hear you, Magdalena. I think you're muted.
Thank you so much. This is incredible and very inspiring how the organization is evolving. So thank you for sharing that. You can all appreciate how different organizations, even despite different challenges, are trying to maybe even reinvent or evolve. And this is a great example. So thank you for sharing that, Bianca and Andrea. And best regards to the rest of the team in Romania.
Thank you.
Meryl, are you still there? I cannot no longer see you on my screen. Do we have Meryl with us from Turkey? If there is no sign of Meryl, I would propose now that we will finally give the opportunity to our French colleagues to speak, and to Mimo from Italy, who has just dropped out, interestingly. The only challenge right now for everyone is, as the update will be in French, you will have to go to the bottom of your screen where it says interpretation. And if you do not speak French and you would like it to be translated, you will have to select, oh goodness me. Do we have to select French or English now? I can't remember. Can any of the interpreters maybe?
You have to select the language that you want to listen to it in.
English. Then everybody needs to go into English. Does that make sense? Do you follow? Yeah. So with that, I invite either Bernard or Lionel, who is going to speak. One of you gentlemen, and let's get to the interpretation.
Je commence et Bernard finira et complétera s'il faut. Voilà, donc effectivement, pour Annette, il y a eu du changement dans la constance, puisque effectivement, j'ai pris la présidence depuis fin octobre. Mais bon, ça ne change pas grand-chose, puisqu'effectivement, on est sur les mêmes projets. Hein, on est sur les projets de dépistage de l'hypercholestérolémie familiale en pédiatrie. Et c'est vrai qu'effectivement, on attend une grosse synergie entre FH Europe et la France pour arriver à se faire entendre du côté des politiques. Puisqu'effectivement, en France, il y a quand même 50 000 enfants qui sont atteints d'hypercholestérolémie familiale, qui ne sont pas suivis. C'est un véritable problème de santé publique. Et c'est vrai qu'effectivement, on a l'impression que les gouvernements n'entendent pas ça. Et bon, on ne sait pas pourquoi, mais c'est comme ça. Donc, on va essayer effectivement, du fait de la prise de présidence de l'Europe à la France, d'essayer d'avancer sur ce projet-là. Et c'est vrai qu'on attend beaucoup de cette synergie entre FH Europe et nous. On verra vers quoi on va. Ça, et en parallèle, on est aussi en train d'essayer de professionnaliser notre communication. Et je pense qu'on a pratiquement trouvé quelqu'un qui peut nous faire une communication un peu professionnelle. On va voir ça. Voilà, hein, voilà par rapport à ça. Qu'est-ce que je peux vous dire sinon par rapport à la France? C'est vrai qu'effectivement, pendant le Covid, ça a été un peu compliqué. On a tous été en distanciel, mais on a quand même réussi à travailler sur des projets importants, hein, style le dépistage pédiatrique, et on a préparé la suite quoi, hein, pour avancer. Voilà ce que je peux vous dire, hein. Je pense que je vais être synthétique parce que je crois que tout le monde a un peu faim. Voilà, hein. Et effectivement, autre point, c'est toujours la question du côté financier. Effectivement, il faut qu'on aille effectivement chercher les finances pour faire vivre notre association et continuer et pouvoir étendre notre activité. Ah oui, autre chose importante aussi, j'allais oublier, c'est qu'on est en train de revoir nos statuts associatifs. Et alors que jusqu'à présent, on ne défendait que l'hypercholestérolémie familiale, on est en train, effectivement, on va dans les mois à venir, une fois que ça sera ça sera plus, notre statut sera publié au journal officiel, on représentera aussi les patients atteints de LP petit a, puisqu'effectivement, c'est aussi une pathologie qui est fortement méconnue, complètement asymptomatique, où il y a beaucoup de patients atteints. Ça, c'est une chose importante. Et lorsque les patients HF ont également un LP petit a, alors là, c'est dramatique, puisqu'on multiplie les risques par je ne sais pas combien. Déjà que les risques sont multipliés par 13 pour l'HF, donc c'est encore plus grave, quoi. Voilà, ça c'est aussi une petite révolution pour nous. On va mettre un peu de temps pour effectivement changer notre site internet et s'aguerrir effectivement à tous les questionnements par rapport à LP petit a, mais c'est quelque chose qu'on a commencé, c'est un projet qu'on a pour l'année à venir, hein, voilà.
Je peux rajouter un petit mot?
Oui, vas-y.
Je rajouterai notre préoccupation de rentrer en contact avec le ministère pour justement pousser notre projet de dépistage pédiatrique. Et on sait que nous sommes aidés par Magdalena, par FH Europe d'une façon plus large. Et il va y avoir la présidence européenne faite par la France à partir du 1er janvier. Et donc, fort du projet qui a été fait le 11 octobre, on veut profiter de ce qui a été fait, de ce qui a été dit, pour essayer de le pousser sur le plan de la France, parce qu'on considère qu'on a beaucoup à faire, énormément à faire sur le sujet pédiatrique, et on voudrait vraiment pouvoir bénéficier de cette opportunité.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure which language I'm speaking to and who can hear me now. You can hear me. Fantastic. I could not be more excited about what you said about the efforts for screening and pediatric screening. And I think this is the second part of the meeting where we will elaborate on this more so everyone can understand what really happened in October, what are the implications and the window of opportunity for all of us, and how important it is that we now support France. In terms of LP(a) patient support materials, can I just reassure you that this is exactly the work that's being done now with Janine and a few other patients around Europe to develop patient support materials that you can then take and use for your website and leaflets. So this is the first time that FH Europe is producing something that will be developed by patients for patients, and it's already sponsored in a way that we can deliver to you, and you can then customize it whichever way you want. So that will be end of November. By that time, we need to finish that and deliver it to you for your feedback. So hopefully this will be one of this evidence of value creation as well for you in patient support and taking off the burden from your shoulders. Last but not least, Mimo, would you like to go? Are you able to go? So now we all, do we stay in the translations in English? Can just someone confirm? Yes? Okay, fantastic. We should hear.
Pronto? Mi vedete? Carmelo, mi vedi? Magda? Grazie Carmelo. Allora, un benvenuto ai nuovi membri in questa magnifica associazione e un caro saluto a tutti quanti. Al momento ANIF Italia è molto interessata a sensibilizzare le nostre istituzioni per dare la copertura finanziaria per la copertura di altre postazioni, la creazione di altre postazioni aferetiche con macchine selettive. Purtroppo il periodo del Covid ha interrotto questa nostra iniziativa che, meno male, oggigiorno abbiamo con fatica e abbiamo ripreso il nostro corso, cioè tutti quanti un po' le nostre attività. Io spero tanto che le istituzioni ci sentano, ci supportano, perché per noi questo, molte volte per coloro che purtroppo la farmacologia non riesce a essere efficiente, efficace, purtroppo è l'ultima nostra terapia, che si chiama appunto la plasmaferesi. Speriamo che ce li dia veramente, perché credetemi, per noi è molto importante. Io parlo di ammalati di FH, di LPA e di trigliceridemia. Quindi vi posso assicurare che per noi è vitale. Anche io sono molto interessato affinché lo screening diventi realtà per tutta l'Europa, per tutto il mondo. In effetti adesso al momento ci stiamo dando proprio stiamo veramente soltanto dando il nostro cammino, il nostro interesse è soltanto adesso al momento per questa creazione di postazioni aferetiche. Io vi dico comunque grazie e voglio ringraziare come tutti gli anni e tutta la cara Magda. Permettetemi di salutare anche Jules e grazie a Carmelo. Grazie.
Thank you so much. And it's extremely important to appreciate that Mimo is joining us despite being ill for quite a few days. So I so appreciate you taking the time and making the time to join us and to share and share back to your ANIF members. Thank you so much. I would be I would be very keen to connect with you after this meeting to understand more about this apheresis project that you are supporting. It's important to know that there is a certain group of HoFH patients that being supported by Mimo and the organization. So this is for them very much the only solution because they live with a severe form of FH. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I haven't missed anyone. If I have, please reveal yourselves. Is there any other country that I might have missed for the updates? 1, 2, 3. No. Well, with that, I just wanted to say big thank you for keeping the spirits high, for joining the first part. Second part, we will meet at 1 o'clock, so in 39 minutes, and myself and John will kick off, and then we will have workshop facilitated by Nicola Bedlington, and we will be speaking exactly about how we can leverage this opportunity of pediatric screening meeting, the technical meeting, and make it more an advocacy effort, an advocacy opportunity per country, and how can we facilitate that and support so this can actually be driven bottom up and finally happen. With that, I wish you bon appetit, Mahlzeit, bon appetit, yeah, that's what I said, smacznego, and see you in 38 minutes. Thank you. everyone. It's 1 o'clock CET time. I hope you had a nice lunch break. It would be, again, absolutely lovely if we could see your wonderful faces. Thank you. I know that some of you had to step out. Some of you are returning. I think maybe just for the sake of allowing people to come back, John, we can give a few minutes of a warm up after the session and get some feedback how the first part of the meeting went to the participants.
No, that's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Great. So, yeah, they are slowly coming back. Janine, Vincent, any comments? Magena?
No comments because I was not there this morning, as you saw, but my friends from Manet were there, so that was fine.
Fantastic. I'm sure you will catch up among yourselves.
Sure.
Great. Janine? You are on mute, Janine. You're on mute.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, I thought it was very interesting, and I've already given some comments this morning. What I'm a bit concerned about is that you, and also I believe John, said that it is a pity that we have to come together via Zoom, and that you are really looking forward to meeting again in person, which I think is a great thing. But for me personally, and I don't know about other people who are perhaps not as flexible and mobile as others, it was a great opportunity for the last 18 months to actually take part in the activities of FH Europe, which I could never have done otherwise, without Zoom, without Teams, without all the other electronic media. So for me, I hope that it will still be possible to have some sort of way of people who are not as mobile geographically to participate in the meetings and activities and in the exchanges. It's a very personal view. I don't know if anybody else feels the same.
I think the world is moving towards hybrid. We will definitely keep as many opportunities to share, especially educational and sort of events to Zoom, because it's also cost effective and allows, as you said, a lot of people join. We were referring more to sort of annual meeting. This should normally happen face to face, and we want to, and we want to make sure that we can meet. So that's something that we are investigating. But your point is taken, and I think hybrid would be as well an option for something like this. So people who are not mobile can still join. John, would you like to add anything to that?
Microphone.
Having to unmute myself. It's a little bit of Windows issue. No, I think that's right. I think we need to find a way to keep people engaged, whether or not they are mobile. I agree with Magda. A face-to-face meeting is a great thing. It promotes engagement. It gets a real sense of a network. But yeah, we recognise that not everyone can do that, and we will find a way for people to participate if they can't make a physical meeting.
Great, thank you for your comments, Janine. And I think we have at least the majority of people back in this virtual room. I think without further ado, we're just gonna get cracking because there's still plenty to be done. FH pediatric screening, a unique window of opportunity. How can we help? How can you help? John?
Right, well, let me talk about the background to this. This morning we talked about our revised purpose and vision, which, as you see, is about diagnosis as well as support. And this session is about one important initiative that helps us fulfill that vision of diagnosing all affected people. It comes out of the work done a couple of years ago by Diana Maxwell on the submission to the EU Best Practice Portal on screening for FH, which is now the European standard. And this has led to a high-level technical meeting on the FH pediatric screening that, as you heard, took place on the 11th of October under the Slovenian EU presidency. This is about feeding back the content and conclusions of the meeting, and then we'll look at the implications and the really exciting opportunities for our community to influence change at a national level. It was a very powerful, very successful meeting, which you will have seen if you've had a chance to look at some of the recordings. And if not, I really encourage you to look at the highlights. We found a strong consensus and commitment from all the parties on the next steps of FH pediatric screening in Europe. But we at FH Europe still have an enormous amount of work to do to translate the commitment into real-life practice on the ground and to convince our national politicians to act. Just to give you a flavour of the meeting, it began with presentations from two mothers from France who shared their stories about the stark reality of patients who live with this most common undiagnosed condition. And we heard about the tragedies that could have been avoided. And we heard about the unmet needs of millions of patients and citizens in Greater Europe who have FH and therefore at risk from premature heart attack and stroke. Then we looked at how the wider cardiovascular disease community is uniting to drive this long-awaited change. We were given the global perspective and a reminder of how the global call for action has inspired our work, and we learned about the powerful evidence-based FH pediatric screening in the global registry. We homed in on good practice in several European countries, including the Netherlands and Slovenia, which can both serve as a model and also inspire us moving forward by showing what's really possible and its demonstrated impact on people's lives. On the basis of this experience, a series of key recommendations have been developed, which map out the way forward to make this a reality. In a section on consensus building, our close allies, leaders of every relevant medical society, discussed these and were unequivocal in their view that we can build on achievements to date and make FH pediatric screening a reality. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we do need to address fragmentation and piecemeal approaches. FH pediatric screening in the EU and wider Europe is achievable with the right political will, with smart investment and genuine partnerships that include patients and citizens as equal players. This was reiterated in the final session of the day, in which we discussed with policymakers how to move forward. We looked at the roles of national governments, European institutions, and groups like FH Europe. And I believe we agreed on a common vision and a common mission. In 3 years' time, we can be well on the way to a systemic approach to screening in all European countries. The time to act is now. We've been talking about it since the 1998 Geneva meeting, and there's been very little progress. We all agree that now the time is right. We need to move to implementation and get the job done. We're delighted that Slovenia, as the EU Council President, has championed this work to mobilize fellow member states. And we look to the upcoming French presidency to pick up the baton. The message from the European Commission speakers was loud and clear. There are opportunities through new funding programs to nurture and support EU cooperation on FH screening. It was also clear that we have the backing of the vibrant European MEP Heart Group in the European Parliament. As President of FH Europe, I committed us at the meeting to being a convener, an accelerator, and a benevolent watchdog to ensure that we deliver on the commitments of the technical meeting. I hope that this has given you a sense of the tremendous amount achieved in this unprecedented meeting. The question is, where do we go from here? And how can we all work together as partners in FH Europe to make sure that FH pediatric screening really does happen in every country in Europe? We explore this in a little more depth in the workshop sessions later this afternoon. But I'd now like to give the floor to Magda to take a step back and give a wider context.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you for bringing that historical day and the memories of the success from October for everyone who maybe didn't have a chance to be there. I am delighted to say that the recordings are now available, and after this call, in the follow-up email after this meeting, you will receive the links to the presentation, so you all can watch it and get more inspiration as well as evidence. Before I move actually to my presentation, John, I've just noticed we have some people joining who were not here with us in the morning. So I just would like to say hello to Inessa joining us from Latvia, and Neil Johnson joining us from Ireland.
Hello.
Hi, Inessa. Hello.
Hi. Nice to see you all.
Great to have you.
I'm fine. I'm in the country right now, so with the children again.
Thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, it is also nice to see you all guys again. So I'm excited to look forward today.
Fantastic, and lovely to see you, Neil. Normally you cannot join us because you're doing the New York Marathon, but you're here with us.
Yes, great to be here, and apologies I couldn't make the earlier session, but just from what I've just heard there's been incredible work achieved by F8 Europe, so congratulations.
Thank you so much, and it's a network success that we should all be leveraging, and this session is all about how do we leverage it back in the countries. So thank you so much. Let me take it then to the next phase of this presentation. I'm hoping that you can still see my screen. So we were talking earlier. So first of all, actually, John, thank you for summarizing the technical meeting so well. And as you say, we have a unique opportunity over the next few months, and we can engineer together a real change, or maybe I would say collaboration and capacity building at a country level. With your engagement, with your help, and with your support, which is absolutely vital. Before we do so, I wanted to share some thoughts I had through talking to many of you to ensure that a shared understanding of our identity as an organization and our strength through your membership, and we've been talking about it quite a lot at the beginning of the meeting. I have prepared some slides, and I hope they will be helpful to understand the thoughts. Our membership base is composed largely of organizations set up to support, and it's important to understand what we mean by patient support. Patient support of already identified, mostly FH patients, because this is what we focus on predominantly, but we are expanding, as we heard, as a community. We're looking at supporting patients with HoFH, Lp(a), and so on and so forth. So patient support will mean practical support through information, through peer support, any resources, patient materials, disease management, expert webinars that you've been delivering, and local meetings. We have acknowledged in the round table session how you've been evolving to deliver that support despite the challenges that COVID and isolation might have thrown at you, at all of us. However, the technical meeting that John was talking about has demonstrated very clearly that we also have an opportunity to become an advocacy organization. And again, it's important to understand what advocacy means. Effectively delivered advocacy will in turn help us be effective in our support, as we will be able to reach more people, and we know how important it is in our disease areas. We will have more impact, and we will create much more awareness and education about the condition. It's all about finding this sweet spot or balance. And again, all of you were talking about shortages of funding, shortages of time, resources, and so on and so forth. We need to find a way where those who are willing are supported in a way that we can create space and the potential to deliver both patient support, and patient advocacy nationally on a country level. And this is the slide that I think we really need to always keep in mind, specifically when we talk about FH. But whatever we do and however we succeed with screening will open the door for other initiatives for testing for Lp(a). So let's keep that in mind. Advocacy means influencing health and social policy for the benefit of patients. But here we talk a lot as well about citizens who do not know that they have the disease. And in case of FH, this is 90%. 90% in Europe, that's 90% of 2.5 million people living with the condition. So we need to extend towards patient and citizen advocacy for policy implementation. If we can persuade politicians at European and national country level to put in place the right sort of policies on FH, and let's be very honest, it might not be just FH. Maybe we will have to disguise it under a specific or a little bit wider CVD policy. Let it be, including pediatric screening, and ensure that the right sort of investment. And we know that there is a possibility to get that investment. This will reap real dividends for lives of people we advocate for. It will ensure and it will enable us to reach many more undiagnosed patients and avoid the tragedies that have motivated many of us to be here today, because many of you have shared your stories, how your personal stories inspired you to set up patient organizations. We have seen how effectively this works in Slovenia. We now have a model of the Slovenian screening. We have the model of what a technical meeting could look like, how advocacy in action is delivered. And there are other best practices in Europe that we can draw upon. I am not proposing here today a fundamental transformation of our work. I am suggesting extending, expanding, building additional capacity, capability to focus on the political and policy opportunities at country level. Because we have learned by preparing, by delivering the technical meeting, how important it is that the ask, the pressure is driven from a national level. On a national level, we can be as strong and as successful on a pan-European level, but without the motivation and the push that you can create and should be creating on a national level, country level, not much will happen. So I think what I am asking us as a group to think is to think, well, John earlier said that we cannot be global, but we can definitely be very much pan-European and act locally. And whatever we do successfully in Europe, I can reassure you already, will have a wider global impact, because Europe is now being watched by our colleagues in America, South America, Africa, and Australia. I have pulled out some images of people who have been advocating by raising awareness. And here images of some people who have been delivering true, meaningful policy change at the technical meeting. Here you can see Charlotte Lemaitre. She shared her very, very emotional story in Slovenia. And here you can see another patient from France. And I am so grateful that she actually came forward, as she initially didn't necessarily want to be sharing her identity and her name and her picture, but she then agreed to do so. So we managed to get two very powerful patient stories to speak to the politicians. So today with John, the idea is to present to you an ambassador program. We would like to identify one or two patient leaders or patient representatives per country and work really closely with you to understand your needs. This is very important, and to provide ongoing support. And that means resources and tools to influence your national politicians. We would definitely start with laying out the process, understanding what it means, because not everything is the same for every country, and sometimes we need to do it country by country, but this is why we are really dedicated to make it happen and to take that necessary time and effort. So our commitment is to provide ongoing support and resources, the tools to influence your national politicians to take notice of FH. Whatever, remember, we do successfully for FH, patients and citizens then will as well hopefully bring the opportunities for other communities that are affected and that we advocate for. We've been mentioning today on the call, on this meeting, the importance of catching up finally after 2 years face-to-face. And after the comment we heard from Janine, maybe it's a face-to-face hybrid event that we could host. The proposal is to look at springtime, potentially end of March, and potentially, I want to highlight potentially, Czech Republic. There is a reason for that as well. I will explain in a second. We will use this opportunity for a dedicated workshop to understand better the opportunities and barriers in each country to advance FH and work together on advocacy strategies. I think it's extremely important that we build together national strategies, national advocacy plans for each country. I think with that, I would like to use the time we have together this afternoon to brainstorm. The idea initially was to break us up in smaller groups, but because the actual group of patient organization leaders is just fine, just perfect, we can all stay together and hear from one another. We would love to hear from you what you need from us as FH Europe, as the provider, the facilitator, the hub that can be the platform for exchange. What might be the steps to take to establish stronger relationships among us, but as well among you and your politicians? And there are very specific types of politicians we refer to. Finally, your key civil servants, leaders in relevant medical societies, and we know that some of you are already representing the medical community in your capacity here, so that can open a lot of doors. And let's use the technical meeting, just like John was saying, and all the achievements that have been built over the time as a springboard for us. So before we move to the actual workshop, I would like to open the floor for questions, if you have any, to John or myself. As I mentioned earlier in this meeting, we brought Nicola Bedlington, who's been heavily engaged in orchestrating and helping deliver the technical meeting on October 11th. So she will share her expertise. Yeah, with that, I will pause. I can see already one hand raised by Neil Johnson, which is fabulous. And let's get cracking.
Can
Neil,
I
over to you? Yeah.
Make a comment, Magda? Just so much of what you've said resonates with the experience that I've had over the last couple of years in trying to establish the Global Heart Hub. And you know, we have collaborated with FH Europe, and you and I have had a number of conversations. I think what you've just described is pretty much the same across most of the cardiovascular conditions. Patient organizations are initially formed out of the need to provide peer support. and in a lot of cases they don't develop beyond that purpose because they're very busy doing that very important work. And one of the things that has struck us in bringing together patient organizations under the umbrella of the Global Heart Hub is the fact that, and I've said this to you before, our community of people living with various cardiovascular conditions are light years behind some of the other disease areas in terms of being organized and being able to advocate. So one of the priorities of the Global Heart Hub right now is to build the capacity and capability of patient organizations in this specific area to give CVD a voice. I think your concept of patient ambassadors is an excellent one. You've mentioned Nicola's on the call. We have worked with Nicola actually on a specific project, and she can bear testimony to the fact that when you bring a group of patient groups together around a specific agenda and you initiate and support them with training, it can do great things. So I just want to say that clearly we have a close relationship, Global Hub, FH Europe. I would be issuing a formal and open invitation to you today to avail of and work together on the advocacy and capacity building programs that we are aiming to develop in the near future, because it's the exact same issues, whether it's atrial fibrillation or hypertension or FH or whatever. We need to up our game and develop our skills and ultimately develop those ambassadors that you have identified as being so important. But this is a huge piece of work, and the more we can collaborate together, the better in terms of shared resources and shared learning opportunities. Just want to say that.
Thank you so much, Neil, for bringing that aspect to the meeting. And we've been mentioning Global Heart Hub in the morning session, and we are also sharing everything that you're doing. I think it's important that we do not duplicate the efforts and we find synergies. That's absolutely critical for all the limited resources that our community has. At the same time, I think it's extremely important, and for me personally close to my heart, that we stand up for the FH patient community first, because this is why we were brought together, and that's our ultimate goal. So every single collaboration to get us closer, absolutely yes, and we need to always be loyal to our patient community first, and I just want to make sure that everyone is reassured that whatever collaborations and alliances we strike, it's with FH community first. I sound like Trump.
No, but if I can just respond to that, because this is important. Under the umbrella of the Global Heart Hub, currently we have so many varied aspects of the cardiovascular disease family. And while the overall objective is to increase the voice for cardiovascular disease, every single one of those subgroups are coming to the table thinking of their own position. And that's absolutely the what they should be doing. And that is the way forward. So for example, as you know, right now, we are embarking on a campaign on ASCVD. And actually, in doing this campaign, I've actually learned so much myself. I've educated myself around the fact that in general, so often we're talking about cardiovascular disease, but not actually realizing that within the cardiovascular disease spectrum, ASCVD is actually accounts for 80% of all the death and disability. So within the umbrella that we loosely say cardiovascular disease, there is one particular insidious component of this disease, which is in many cases preventable, but in the case of FH, clearly genetic. So even on that campaign alone, there's an opportunity for the FH community to draw attention to ASCVD, and specifically draw attention to the fact that there's a component of this that is genetic. And so by, if you like, flying the ASCVD flag, you are raising awareness of your particular concern. So I would assure you that for FH Europe to be part of any advocacy training and development program that Global Heart Hub does, it will be done on the basis that we're raising the bar for everybody so that we can all represent particular areas that we're interested in.
And I am grateful for bringing that up. It's again all about joining forces and leveraging and building synergies so we do not duplicate the effort. So everybody on the call heard, and we share a lot of members. There are a few members among our group that are members already directly with Global Heart Hub, so that makes perfect sense. Having said that, I want to make sure that we now focus on what we were brought together to do. And I think this is one of those rare opportunities we have once a year to go deep into the details of specific country-specific, organization-specific challenges, opportunities, and so on and so forth. And I don't want to sound cruel, but I know it's Saturday and everybody wants to go back to their families. We don't want to lose people along the way. Can we come back and ask if there are any specific questions or comments to what you have heard that was said by John, by myself, and how it has been now complemented by what Neil said. And Neil is wearing two hats. He's chief executive of CRE, the Irish patient organization, and Global Heart Hub, a much wider, as you heard, network that we've identified as one of those organizations we want to work with. So let's go back to this pediatric screening and policy and capacity building. Anyone?
I have a question, Magda, very concrete. Sorry if you talk about this morning, but you've mentioned initially the FH screening best practice that is supposed to be available on the European Commission portal. Are those documents published?
Yes.
Or easily available? Because they are very practical and necessary tools, to exchange, particularly with the health authorities.
So I can already tell you that A, they are published, which is incredible. B, I only found them by accident because it's not easy to find them. There is something about the European Commission and making sure that you cannot find things that you want. The extract that's available on the portal is limited. All the practical information lies with us and has been already shared with the French patient organization. But I hear you, and I actually think it would be great to wrap it up nicely so it's user friendly. But it's important to add that post technical meeting, there is a consensus paper now literally in the final stage of being prepared, where we have captured all those elements and the presentations as well from the technical meeting. So it might be useful to understand what is it that you want. Is it the specific descriptions of models step by step, or more of a policy paper? And we will talk about it. That will be one of the documents that we will be leveraging. For me, there is no greater pity than delivering a powerful policy paper and not rolling it out and then using it as a tool to help you drive discussions, exactly like the ones in France. And because France is the next presidency, is taking over the next presidency, it's extremely important that we build on this experience and work together. I know that this is France and you want to do it your way, but I think for French benefit and for the European benefit, I invite for us to create that collaboration model the way we had it with Slovenia, where we worked for many months really closely together, especially as time is so precious now, it's short.
Oh, I think that Annette's agree, and Lionel could talk better than I can do, but this is exactly the project.
Fantastic, thank you, I'm excited about it. Are there any questions apart from this one, specifically to what was said earlier? Or it's still too new? It's, help us understand where are you along the journey of understanding it. Okay, I see no reactions just yet. So maybe it could be worth moving to the next part. Nicola, would you feel comfortable to take it from now?
Sure, Magda, and to your point, the intention is to hold a workshop. We thought we might move into smaller working groups, but given the numbers around the table, I think we can manage it very well in plenary. What we would want to do is to talk to you essentially about how what Magda and John have spoken about really resonates with you and what strikes you particularly in the context of your reality, whether you have any good practice that you would want to share where you've been able to influence a politician to actually introduce a new policy in the FH space. We'd like to think about the opportunities that you might see in your country to advocate on behalf of patients with FH and citizens that have not yet been identified to all of the discussions that we had this morning. Who are your allies from the wider CVD community? And what is the practical support that you would need from FH Europe to help you in, let's say, a mini campaign to help get FH pediatric screening on the map in your country? And I'll just recall what John and Magda said. I had the pleasure of moderating the technical meeting, and I cannot stress enough the feeling in the room. There was genuine consensus from the scientific leaders. The political momentum was enormous, and we have a huge ally in the lady who is actually running the health department in the Slovenian government, and she is obviously leading the discourse with the Slovenian EU presidency that is handing on the baton to France, and that conversation, that dialogue is really powerful. There's lots of other things, lots of other really important conversations happening that is really pointing the way to FH pediatric screening becoming a reality. But if we just listen to those conversations and we don't participate in them ourselves on the ground with our national government representatives, our national politicians, our national medical experts and scientists, then we're going to miss the opportunity, because we're not going to be able to win if it's only Slovenia and maybe the Netherlands and one or two other countries that are interested, because sooner or later people will have a conversation about something else. It's really important, I think, to try to work now as far as possible, even if it's in an ad hoc way, with your representatives at national level to reiterate what came out of that meeting on the 11th of October, that technical meeting, and just make sure that that is high on the political agenda, and then the other work can actually fall into place afterwards. But let's go through these questions first of all, and I'm going to actually take the liberty of reaching out to people, having listened very carefully to what was happening this morning. And if we could just, Magda, if we could take the screen off and I can actually see people's faces. I'm very much the newcomer, and I'm very conscious of that. So I'll need your help. And again, great if you've put your videos on. I really appreciate that. Before we get into the meat of the discussion, I know we have trustees around the table, and I'd like to kick off first of all with getting a little bit of commentary from Giovanni, Joe and Dorothea on what you've heard. So maybe we can kick off with Giovanni.
I would actually thank you for opening the floor, and I would actually like to limit my comments, because I think it's extremely important we take the time to listen to the people here. And I'd like also to encourage all the initiatives. We had a couple of one example from Gil this morning, what they would like to do, and they would like to do in collaboration with others.
Thank you, Giovanni. Dorothea.
Actually, I cannot tell more what was already highlighted very much, that openness, willingness and commitment from national organizations, from you present here, is very much guiding the direction and creating really very concrete impact. And this is how we can really define how to which level we can practically deliver on our ambitions. We believe that this is also your ambitions, but here is practical moment to talk about this in the open way, because we can assume that not all of you could have it already on your agenda, or maybe with our support can consider to go into this direction. So again, this is really time to be fully transparent and open and share your perspective. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dorothea. To Joe now, please.
Yeah, I
briefly.
mean, just to add to what Dorota said, and Giovanni as well, I think and John and Magda, I think we've got to a point now where we've built quite a bit of momentum behind this, and it would be such a shame to squander that, because I think collectively we have a lot of power, both at a European level, but then also in local level as well. And I think to come back to sort of how do we make this practical, because you know, the momentum and the hype around it, we want to make it real, because that's where the sort of boots hit the ground and where we can actually make a difference. So I think, you know, the practical element, not losing momentum, and sort of all of us moving in the same direction around this particular topic will really create the impact that I think we're all really striving for. So that would be my kind of reflection.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joe. Thanks a lot. So let's go round the virtual table then and get some feedback from you on what you listened to, what you heard from John regarding the success of the technical meeting, the longer term ambition of creating an ambassador program, and what could be done essentially perhaps even tomorrow in terms of making sure politicians in your country know the name of the game when it comes to FH pediatric screening. And if perhaps we could go to Janine first of all, if you'd be happy to share a couple of thoughts from your perspective in Switzerland, Janine. You're on mute actually.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, what we have tried so far with regard to patient advocacy is we had a symposium, it's already 3 years ago, and we invited a politician. It was very difficult actually to get somebody who of national standing, and this politician is now a member of the Swiss Parliament. She was very interested. She spoke very well. She informed herself. In fact, her father is a doctor, and so I've been thinking, how can we actually access politicians? It's not so easy. As I said, 3 years ago we had tremendous problems. I don't know whether we can go right to the Minister of Health, who is at the moment extremely busy with COVID, and I don't think FH would be one of his priorities. So we would have to find ways. What we were also trying was getting the press interested the media interested in FH. That again was very difficult. We had no end of talks to journalists. We sent press releases. There again, in the end, we didn't have much press coverage. In fact, we didn't have any press coverage, to be quite honest. So I would be very interested in the efforts and the stories of other countries, of other national organizations who could perhaps help with ideas how to raise awareness. And therefore the title here, Developing National Ambassador Action Plans, really jumped at me. That was really, I thought, wow, that would be great if somebody could help, or if we could all share our experiences and our ideas to see how we can actually get there.
Thank you, Janine. I think you put a very interesting conundrum on the table, and again, the value of shared learning and support that Neil and Magda were talking about earlier comes very much to the fore. Let's go to France, and you'll need to use the interpreter facility that we talked about a little earlier in order to communicate. We have Lionel, Bernard and Vincent from France. I don't know who of you would like to kick off, but obviously given the upcoming French presidency, but also given the focus in France and the momentum in France. We heard from the French expert at the technical meeting, and there's some really interesting pilot work going on, but there needs to be a very clear push in France for it to happen systematically. It'd be great for you to describe some of your feelings about what you've heard about the technical meeting and how you might want to be taking that forward in a French context. Who would like to start from France? And we've got the interpreter facility, so it's...
Je veux bien m'exprimer, donc Bernard. Oui, alors simplement pour resituer l'action de la France. Nous avons commencé à réfléchir sur le sujet il y a de ça maintenant un peu plus de 2 ans. Et nous avons constitué à l'époque, guidé par Vincent Durlac qui est présent là, nous avons constitué un groupe de travail avec un certain nombre de professeurs. Et nous avons à l'époque suivi le projet qu'avait fait David Weld en Angleterre. Et donc nous étions partis dans cette réunion, nous l'avons invité, et nous sommes partis avec l'idée de développer cela en France. Les professeurs à l'époque nous avaient dit autour de la table, oui, mais on ne peut pas dupliquer une expérience anglaise en France et il nous faut l'adapter. Donc, à l'époque, on avait pris bonne note et on a cherché un professeur pédiatrique qui s'est exprimé justement lors de la réunion du 11, c'est le professeur Peretti. Et donc, le professeur Peretti est pour nous le pilote d'une expérience française qui va avoir lieu dans la région lyonnaise. Alors, toute notre action maintenant va consister à mettre en œuvre très concrètement ce projet, mais de prévoir l'extension sur l'ensemble de la France. Et donc, en parallèle de ça, je l'évoquais tout à l'heure, nous essayons de prendre contact avec le gouvernement. On a déjà des contacts, mais qui n'ont pas encore porté suffisamment de fruits. Donc, on essaye de faire en sorte d'avoir les bons contacts pour avoir des personnes qui se préoccupent très clairement de ce projet avec nous et qui puissent, le jour où on décidera de l'étendre, nous aider fortement à le mettre en place. Voilà, donc on sait que nous aurons à agir également avec tous les professeurs français, avec toutes les organisations. Nous sommes, nous, une émanence de la nouvelle société française d'artériosclérose, la NSFA. Donc, il y a d'autres associations qui existent, l'Alliance du Cœur, par exemple, en France. Donc, ce que l'on veut, c'est créer un mouvement très important. Et bien sûr, la réunion du 11, je veux dire, a tous les ingrédients pour nous pousser à avancer sur le sujet. Et donc, ce que l'on souhaite, c'est profiter de cette réunion de façon à pouvoir l'exprimer au gouvernement, de façon à ce que le gouvernement qui va avoir cette présidence pendant 6 mois puisse générer cette expérience pédiatrique sur l'ensemble de l'Europe, puisque nous allons avoir cette présidence. Alors, c'est une ambition, faut-il la mettre en place? Mais voilà, voilà nous, si je peux dire, où nous en sommes. Voilà, alors après, Vincent et Lionel peuvent donner d'autres éléments.
Thank you, Bernard. Great. Who would like to take the floor, Lionel or Vincent first?
I think that Bernard has said that most of what is our aim at the moment, you know, because the 11th of October meeting has been an amazing catalyzer for us. So we have to have the right, you know, contacts at the ministry. So it will be important to identify precisely who among, you know, the representative of France were there at the 11th of October meeting, and to be sure that we can have, you know, the best communication with the right person at the level of the health ministry. But I think now we have the tools. There is the dynamic, but it's clearly a very strong opportunity and should be very helpful for Noël Peretti to develop his project, which will be a kind of pilot study, but is necessary, as you know, to convince the health representative. So we are here at the moment, but I think the dynamic is present.
Great, and perhaps if I could add something here, obviously the weight of holding the presidency, the French EU presidency, is really important, and I think this is where FH Europe and obviously your organisation in France can work really, really collaboratively, because a lot can be done in terms of scene setting in Brussels with the health attaches and so on, and with the contacts that were made under the Slovenian presidency to make that bridge, and that bridge should happen sooner rather than later. So I think this is really looking very exciting, and then thinking a little bit beyond the French presidency to the Czech presidency. Maybe we don't have a Czech representative on the call just now, but perhaps Magda, you'd like to say a couple of words about some plans already underway for that.
Je voulais dire, je voulais dire un mot là.
Oui, please. Sure.
Allô?
Go ahead, Lionel.
Oui, d'accord. Oui, je voulais dire un mot parce que effectivement, la question des enfants, on a essayé de l'aborder plusieurs fois au niveau du ministère. Et c'est un gros sujet, on a l'impression que c'est un millefeuille aussi au niveau des ministères, au niveau des différentes directions, etc. Et je crois qu'effectivement, il faut qu'il y ait une dynamique qui se fasse en France et qui est en train de se faire. Il faut trouver, effectivement, Vincent a raison, les bonnes personnes. Et je crois qu'il faut aussi qu'au niveau de l'Europe, ça pousse aussi pour qu'au niveau français et européen, que la France sente bien qu'au niveau européen, il y a aussi quelque chose qui est en train, qui a une demande, et je crois qu'effectivement, vous avez votre part à jouer au niveau européen pour que la France se sente bien, le gouvernement français sente bien qu'il faut que ça bouge de ce côté-là. Je crois que si ça ne bouge pas des deux côtés, je crois que ça sera très difficile pour nous aussi. On l'a déjà essayé. On sent bien qu'il y a un millefeuille institutionnel qui est très compliqué à bouger, quoi. Donc après, il faut voir aussi au niveau des financements aussi. Est-ce qu'effectivement, au niveau de l'Europe, est-ce qu'il y a des financements possibles? Je crois qu'il y a aussi une question de gros sous aussi qui est là-dessous. Effectivement, dépistage pédiatrique, ça demande aussi de l'argent. Alors pas que. Si je crois que les gouvernements sentent bien que c'est un problème de santé publique, je crois qu'ils peuvent le faire, ils peuvent mettre l'argent. Il y a aussi cette question-là, quoi. Donc je crois qu'il faut vraiment qu'il y ait une synergie entre FH Europe et nous pour que ça pousse des deux côtés, quoi.
I think, Lionel, you raised a really, really important point that was also touched upon quite robustly at the technical meeting in relation to cost effectiveness. I think the cost effectiveness studies that happened in the Netherlands provided some really interesting evidence. It was also raised during the consensus session amongst other foremost scientists on the cost effectiveness and this idea. There was Professor Ray actually alluded to this idea of investing in a pension so that you would actually reap the benefits long term. And in fact, it is a much cheaper way of dealing with any challenge. It was a very simple analogy. But I think John has also got some interesting thoughts on the whole cost effectiveness piece as well. And that's certainly one of the dimensions that need to be completely watertight as we move forward with the advocacy work. John, Magda, would you like to comment at all also on the point of the Czech presidency?
I can say a couple of things about cost effectiveness, if that helps.
Yes.
I think something that I'm very keen that we do is that we start thinking like a politician. A politician has to make decisions about current spending to fund current programs. And if you tell him you're going to save £20 million in 10 years' time, he kind of glazes over and loses interest. So we have to find a way to make the funding of screening now cost effective. It's no good saying that it's going to save lives in the future. That's true and it's good, but it doesn't help the finance minister who's got a budget to beat. So we need to find a way to prioritize this kind of screening against other kinds of screening and other kinds of treatment. Yeah, I think there are ways of doing it, but we need to take that approach rather than saying, well, it's obvious because if you pay £1 million now, you'll save £10 million later. It's not as simple as that.
Thanks, John. Magda, any comments from your side?
Thank you, Nicola, and thank you, I will just say, French team. I think there are several items, several points that you've touched upon, and I would like to make sure that we have an understanding and maybe group certain topics or separate certain topics so there's a clarity. One, whatever we're trying to do with FH pediatric screening under the umbrella of FH Europe is a policy shift. It's coming from top to bottom. Yes, it's important to have a screening model, as in how will cholesterol be drawn, how it will be tested, whether you do it at the pediatrician office or do you do it at school, who's going to review it, and which scale you're using. So I want to make sure that we are very clear about the differences. One is the screening model, and one is the policy to make screening systematic. So that's one thing. What we are advocating for is to make in public health policy of every country screening for FH a must, obligatory, a standard. Now, what is different is we know that every single country will be forced to do it slightly differently. Why? Because there's different expertise, there's different logistics, the health system, reimbursement, and so on and so forth. Hence, best practices. The best practices are demonstrating different models of screening, but they are not best practices for policy. We want to work with you on how to make that policy happen. So that's one thing. Second thing, there is a difference between cost effectiveness and cost of screening and funding for screening. What we are trying to achieve here collaboratively as a network is to push forward, and it would have been probably better to have almost like a drawing where we start to push from country level towards European level, because where the funding is, it's in Europe. There is a European Commission and a specifically dedicated group, and there is a specific tool, financial tool. It's called EU for Health. Plenty of money, but it can only be approached if it is collaborative and if it starts from a national level. So the importance of us working together here is to be even able to tap on those funds. None of the members as a country will never be able to do that because you're too small and too disease specific. FH Europe will not be able to do that because we need to have the backing and the engagement of the countries. So that's another thing that I just wanted to reassure you that what we're trying to push for is to ultimately set up country-specific group that will work in a multi-stakeholder environment. You're just like you in France already starting to do that. Patient advocacy group with society and identifying policymakers. In another country, there might be policymakers and society, but they're actually missing an advocacy group. If we have those sort of round tables on a national level, pushing and identifying the right people who have a say, a voting right on a European level, then we can collaboratively on a European level push to make European screening a must, a public health must. And that's where the funding is coming to sponsor that. And to John's point, it's extremely important to demonstrate cost effectiveness, because when we do the round tables on a national level, this is when we need to demonstrate to the French finance minister and the French health minister that investing in screening for FH today, which will only reap benefits for his career in 20 years, is actually something that he or she needs to do for the nation. So I just wanted to make sure that we clarify certain terms that can be sometimes mixed. When we talk about best practice, it's best practice for screening, and there is a policy. When we talk about funding, it's to fund the project and fund the activities in the country versus cost effectiveness. And October meeting with Slovenia happened in I need to just recap my thoughts a little bit. We were only able to stage the October meeting after we had the best practice accepted to the European Commercial Portal, and when we knew that we have entry point connections to the politicians in Slovenia. And it took us 6 months or even less than 6 months. The last 7 weeks were absolutely dedicated only and exclusively to the technical meeting at FH Europe. In perfect world, knowing that France is next, we should be today already having those contacts and working on what we're gonna do. Is it gonna be another technical meeting? Probably not. It has to be something different. We need to build on that. And that's why we need to work together. But already today, we are working with Czech Republic and Diagnoza FH and their society on making things happen in Czech Republic in the second part of next year, because that takes time, developing those relationships, agreeing to certain things, making things that are committed in writing. So what we're trying to achieve right now here with John, with Nicola and the rest of the team is to ensure that we demonstrate that it's not, there is consensus. It has to happen. It's important for us. Now, how do we implement it? And we need you. And we understand that we need to identify countries with willingness, capacity, resources, and move forward. Obviously, France is a separate country because we need to speed up a little bit.
Good. I think you've made your point very clear. Thanks for that clarification, Magda. I think Meral wanted to come in, and then Gil, and then I'd like to go to Bianca, because you made a very, very interesting point this morning on some multi-stakeholder work that you're doing. But I think Meral was first. Please, the floor is yours. I can't hear. Magda, can you help me? I think Meryl wanted to take the floor earlier, but I can't see her on my screen at least.
Yeah. Meryl, are you still there? Because I can see you're moving. Did you want to speak? I think she might be trying. She might be trying to. She's trying to unmute her, I think. So.
Okay, well, let's then go to Gil while we're waiting. Yes.
I just want to ask a question. Maybe it's a question from someone who just joined in. Is there some kind of a manual to all of us could use based on the experience of a good experience of one of the players here? And we can have, it's like Fiat made cars for Italy, for France, and they basically give the same cars with the adjustments of every country. Is there anything, a roadmap or something, you can send like to me? And all I have to do, it's not all I have to do, but at least I've got something to work with as a basic plan to start working and identifying who are the major roles, key players, and then I'll have something to work with, as opposed to just sit right now and scratch my head and say, how the hell am I even starting?
I think that's an excellent point, and that was kind of where we were going with this conversation, Gil. And I think there are existing resources, but clearly there needs to be something that's very specific, very customized, very tailored for what is an immediate challenge. And there are all sorts of things that you can do to create the attention, to create the noise, the energy in terms of FH pediatric screening in your country that would be applicable elsewhere, that, as you say, you'd need to actually adapt culturally, and that is something that I think we had on the agenda, I think from FH Europe, from Magda and John's perspective as well. Good. Have we got Meryl back or not?
I don't think she actually wanted to speak.
Okay, fine. Neil, I see you have your hand up. Could we see you as well, Neil? That would be great.
I'm on mobile, so it's a bit difficult at the moment. Apologies.
Fine.
But just pulling a few threads together, and Gil's last comment really sort of solidified it for me. I haven't been party to all of the conversation, so apologies if what I say has already been covered. Firstly, I think it's very significant that FH Europe have, as it were, pursued this pediatric screening agenda. Given the scale of FH Europe, the lack of resources that all of us struggle with, one thing I would say is that, and maybe this has already been done, that strategically FH Europe should decide for the next 3 years or the next 5 years or whatever it is, that this particular topic is the focus for everyone, so that together we are all on the same page, we're all going after the same thing, because there's clearly power in that unification. Secondly, going back to the comments that were made about ultimately these are political decisions. Yes, there are costs, and you have to convince governments around these investments. But is there a value, if it hasn't been done already, to ask the basic question, which is that if we take whatever number of countries are participating in the FH Europe discussion, if we were all to ask the question at a country level, in the morning, if resource was not an issue, how, where, and when would this screening happen? Would it happen, as Magda mentioned, at a pediatric clinic? Would it happen in the case of Ireland, for example, within a matter of days of the child being born, there's a heel prick test? Where would it happen? What then would be the optimal pathways at a country level? And if all of that information was collated, is it possible to, as it were, almost identify a common model that could be proposed? I think this goes to Gil's point. If we were able to go nationally, obviously with individual differentiation, but more importantly, at the same time, across as many countries at a European level, and say, we are calling for the pediatric screening to be mandatory at a certain point in the child's life, to be done in a certain way, would that add value to the conversation? Would it make it easier to have a conversation, for example, with our political targets, if we were able to say, look, here's how it would be done, and it would be done this way in so many countries, so that it's because I'm just wondering, is it a little too abstract if we don't have the detail?
Yeah, actually, the technical meeting was very, very much about that. I think you're taking some of the outputs of the technical meeting a little bit further, but we had many examples of good practice and how it has been rolled out in different countries. But I think what you're suggesting, and it's really interesting, is to do a mapping across the board and to look theoretically in a country where it's not yet happening, or there's maybe just a couple of small pilots, how that would be rolled out if there were no political barriers, if there were no financial barriers. I think Gil's request was something slightly different, more of sort of advocacy toolkit in terms of how to knock on doors and the kind of key messages. But I think both of those ideas are really extremely interesting.
Magda, I would just like to comment on that maybe. So there is no pan-European or worldwide agreement among scientists and clinicians on screening. That's the first barrier. Ur Groschel, professor from Slovenia, conducted a global survey on screening for FH, and there is no one model. And during the pediatric technical meeting, I want to emphasize we were not advocating for one standardized approach across Europe. We were approaching for making sure that there is a combination to screening. But I take your point coming from marketing that what we could conduct is segmentation, knowing that there are several countries very close to each other in terms of either possibility or willingness to screen one way or another. But ultimately, we know that in FH, and I just want to make a very clear point, to tackle FH, we need to both implement pediatric screening on a systematic level. To tackle FH, we need to have pediatric screening, but still we need to carry on with cascade screening so that we do not miss on all the generations that were not part of the systematic pediatric screening. So all I want you to take away from here is the importance of having combination screening, because there is no consensus among clinicians. And there are clinicians here on this call, so they can probably jump in here, but the technical meeting was to represent different best practices, to show a menu, a selection, so then we can create the best model for screening per country. Does that help?
Yeah, if I could just, I suppose what I was trying to get to is, so I have in an Irish context, have had some conversations with politicians around this. And what I realize is I almost need to be able to go to them in an Irish context, in our country, and it'll be different in every country, and say, the ask here, for example, in our country, the ask here is that at a particular point in time in the care of a child, there should be a screening for FH. The implication of that is A, B, and C. The costs of that are A, B, and C. The return on investment of these costs are A, B, and C. If we go in with sort of vague asks around, screening is something we need to do because they're doing it in other countries, that's not going to go anywhere. And until we map it specifically per country, there may be commonalities and there's more power in commonality, but at least at an individual level, you're going in, you know exactly what you're looking for and it's clear. Because if it's not clear, it becomes irrelevant.
And amen to that. And that's exactly what we are trying to establish by establishing the national models of advocates, but also the national models for best screening approach. So yes, the mapping exercise is the next step that we want to move to together with the network to identify how we can do it. Absolutely, yes.
Okay, good. That was my question. Is that, yeah, okay.
Great. I think Bianca, you wanted to comment on the previous conversation, but I'd also like you to perhaps go into a little bit more depth on your idea behind your multi-stakeholder platform, because clearly that has a very clear advocacy objective as well, and may well be an interesting platform to push pediatric screening in Romania.
Yes, I had just a few thoughts about what's happening here and how we see things. Yes, actually the situation, I think it is really important, and I completely agree that we have to work on the policies now. We definitely need better policies, or better said, policies anchored on the scientific reality of the moment. And I will start with this example that we have here in Romania. There is a screening program. First of all, Romania doesn't have a CVD plan, or national plan, nor newborn screening program for FH. But there is this program aimed to screen for CVD risk factors for the next 3 years. It targets about 100,000 people, but its objectives, the goals are very modest. And based on our experience, this is not going to be a very successful model. I'm saying this because on the one hand, this is initiated by the National Public Health Institution, and we had some experience with failed screening programs in other disease areas. Also, in Romania, screening in general is a very big issue. If we talk about newborn screening, I think we have around 2 programs, and there are very big regional discrepancies. If we look at our neighboring countries, Hungary, they have over 20 diseases they screen for. So there's a lot to work on there. This is the general background. And from what I see, we really need to work on policies that are anchored in scientific realities. We need to bring this to the table of policymakers. And of course, there are a lot of factors that need to change. From my experience, I think it is really important to raise awareness among healthcare workers, among doctors, because this has been a very big barrier in implementing anything. I'm a geneticist, I'm a physician here in Romania, and I see this happening a lot and this being a major issue. in many areas, not just in CVD. And I think doctors are really important stakeholders that can really bring this to the table of policymakers, and we have to create more awareness around them. And this is why I've been saying in the first part of the meeting that we have been most of a patient support organization so far, and that we're trying to go through a transformation and work more on advocacy. I think this would be a really important area to invest on. And then, of course, because I remember from the technical meeting that the two patients, Veronique and Charlotte, they actually mentioned about the inertia and the challenges they met when consulting different physicians in their long journey. And this actually rang a bell. Another important topic would be to raise awareness and to explain policymakers the importance of using digital instruments. This has also been discussed in the technical meeting. We need to use the digital tools to relieve the burden on the healthcare system, and also to be able to innovate and cope with the huge amount of data that can be generated in the health system. And of course, to have a successful screening program and maybe take things further with FH, we definitely need infrastructure, digital tools, and interoperable data. This is an issue now in many CE countries. We see this there. Here in Romania, we don't have patient registries. If we have patient registries, they don't talk to each other, and so on and so forth. I mean, the problem is, of course, multifactorial, and this is where we want to do more to do more advocacy in this area. And I think this is why I was talking about a multi-stakeholder approach to involve all those that can bring all these matters to the policymakers, citizens, of course, doctors, and all those that can actually make a change.
And I guess the question is, in this room, let's say, what would you be needing from FH Europe? How can FH Europe best support your thrust towards creating this consensus and this unity and this multi-stakeholder approach in Romania, despite all of the complexities you described very eloquently this morning?
Well, I think the technical meeting was a really good starting point. I mean, for us, it's really something that we look up to, and raising all those models of good practice, seeing how other countries are doing. This is a good starting point, and see how we can build things here. I think FH Europe is doing a great job, and I don't know, we are looking forward to the next activities.
Thank you, Bianca. Thank you. I'd like to bring in people who haven't spoken yet to get some of your thoughts and reflections, how the conversation's resonating with you, some of your thoughts on how you could work with your government productively on pediatric screening. Meral, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Wonderful. We'd love to hear from you. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Well, for pediatric screening, I think it will be a wonderful project. But for Turkey, I'm not sure how to convince people for such a project, or to make it come to real life. Because in Turkey, we are having trouble with economics, and also there are a lot of things in the to-do list. So pediatric screening for FH is in the very back lines, let me say. We are struggling with very severe problems now. So coming to life with such a good project makes sense only to people who are aware of it. But other people, especially policymakers and other health politicians, are not really convinced about it. That's our problem. And also for Turkey, we planned to work with medical students and also the students from nurse students, let me say. And with a screening program, we try to find the medical students with FH, and also in the nurse schools, FH, young FH, and we are trying to educate them about FH to become FH ambassadors. And after that, we believe that they can work in their hospitals to find and work in our, for example, FH screening like this. And if we can succeed it will be a very good project. But again, it wants money, economics, time, and that's why we choose the young students with FH. We thought that they will work without money, and they will be enthusiastic about their disease if they realize their family history with premature myocardial infarction, etc. So maybe from that point we can go on.
Thank you very much for sharing the situation in Turkey, some of the big challenges you're confronted with, but also the pragmatic way that you're trying to advance the agenda. I think that was really, really helpful. Can we move back to Italy? Mimo, I know you spoke a little earlier, but it would be great to get your perspective on the discussion now around advocacy work, convincing politicians around pediatric screening. What's your take on what we've been sharing so far this afternoon? And please use your little interpretation.
Sì, sono molto d'accordo. Per questo progetto credo che sia fondamentale proprio per la malattia FH Europe. Al di là di quello, io credo che far convincere i politici, innanzitutto i decisori di spesa, è bene portare un rapporto che un esame predittivo in età pediatrica possa nel tempo far rientrare una spesa non indifferente. Mi spiego. Quando il bambino già sa in età pediatrica, la famiglia, che il bambino soffre di FH o comunque di altre dislipidemie, ebbene la procedura clinica di assicurare di metterli in sicurezza affinché la malattia non possa sfociare in quello che la maggior parte di noi sa, specialmente in malattie cardiovascolari, a volte con esiti non belli, definiamolo così. Quindi io credo che i decisori di spesa dovrebbero capire che nel momento in cui noi abbiamo una cura già da piccoli, praticamente la spesa rientrerebbe per ciò che potrebbe succedere un domani. Ma al di là di quello è che poi il soggetto, il paziente, possa comunque poi condurre una vita con meno sofferenza. Ecco, qua io mi soffermo. Ecco perché sono molto, molto, molto favorevole per questo progetto. È che praticamente c'è l'effetto di meno sofferenza e più cura. Tutto qui. E finisco una cosa. Io credo quindi, sono fiducioso quando il decisore di spesa avrà sotto gli occhi quello che effettivamente, perché purtroppo mi dispiace parlare di denaro, però gli stati, le cose, ecco, sono tutti quanti sotto sempre questa famosa spesa pubblica. Però nel momento in cui il decisore di spesa vede che effettivamente c'è un costo e con un'efficacia. L'efficacia sarebbe quello che è il disagio meno del soggetto, del cittadino. Ecco, io credo, io sono ecco, diciamo ottimista da questo punto di vista. Forse per l'Italia sarà così, chiedo scusa, forse. E questo è il mio pensiero.
Thank you, Mimo. That was really helpful. And I think that echoes some of John's concerns.
Chiedo scusa. Mi sovviene adesso pure, come già ha precisato pure Magda, purtroppo sono ancora alle prese del post ospedale. Quindi c'è pure un altro, però un aspetto, io credo, importantissimo, al di là agli europei, addirittura mondiale pure, è quello della mappatura. Io credo che la mappatura sia una delle chiavi principali affinché la ricerca possa avere più, tra virgolette, fatemi passare questo aggettivo brutto, più materiale a sua disposizione. Quindi la mappatura è un importante strumento per la ricerca attraverso appunto questo screening. Ecco perché lo vedo importantissimo proprio sotto tutti i punti di vista e mi attiverò in merito pure, infatti pure l'ho detto.
Thank you, Mimo. And this also points to some of the discussions that happened in the technical meeting and the really important relationship that FH Europe has with the global registry as well. Very interesting. Time's rushing now, and I'd really love to hear from Ines from Latvia, if I may. That would be fantastic to just get your perspective on what you've heard this afternoon so far.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's this pediatric screening project is a very good, very useful project, and also achievements that have been already achieved by FH Europe to putting it on agenda of all of us and also decision makers. We have discussed already previously in our country, in Latvia, about possible options to implement such kind of pediatric screening. And what we do, when we go to decision makers, or we put some issues not related to FH, also to other CVD diseases, in order to ensure this patient advocacy, we work very close with the doctors, with professional societies, like, for example, Latvian Society of Cardiology, or in case of FH Europe, we collaborate very closely with our leading lipidologists and our FH registry. And this is how we did it also before. And those achievements that we have had until this day regarding FH Europe, FH in our country, it was also due to FH Europe and also to our collaboration on national level. And regarding pediatric screening, we have had discussions about that. How could we, what could be the steps in our country? At this moment, I must say it's not, it is kind of complicated. Also due to our system, due to our healthcare system. And we have this registry for adults. And there are involved doctors who work with adults, and FH as a treating option or as diagnosing option in our country is right now for endocrinologists, doctors who work with children. So it's kind of no, it's not in one flow at this moment, and we are thinking about how to do in collaboration, so that that the children that are diagnosed early could be somehow included also in this big FH registry. Yes, about pediatric screening on national level, there are a lot of issues we have to go forward. And I really, as a colleague already mentioned, we are really looking at best examples and how it is working already in other countries. But we see that it will not be so easy way to do it, also due to lack of budget. and also a lack of experts and doctors who are available or able to implement it, because we do need also those people who would work for that. And yeah, especially at this time, at this moment, we are actually having again in our country state of emergency due to COVID-19. So it's very hard for us to move forward with any political initiatives that are not related to COVID-19, unfortunately. But still, of course, we are keeping the hand on pulse and planning to move forward as much as we can, following also those examples or ideas or suggestions coming also from FH Europe and all of you.
Great, and yes, can I just come back to you on this and fully understand the challenges that you've expressed, and also that the COVID-19 situation is far from ideal in your country, but also many other countries in Europe. You've talked about the role that FH Europe has played and how valuable that has been. If you think about moving forward, obviously you've got all of the resources from the technical meeting, you've got the reports, etc. You've got the recordings. I think that we had a talk earlier about, and Gil raised the idea of having some sort of advocacy toolkit. How useful would that be for you in your context in Latvia? Is that something that you could relate to, if there was something that you could just take and adapt for yourself in terms of your liaison with your national government? Again, to Neil and Magda's point, pinpointing in a very factual way what the steps should be, how this could be made as cost effective as possible.
Of course, it would be helpful to move forward, but as I told, we have to implement it in our common policy, also regarding heart and treatment and diagnosing of CVD. I mean, in general, because we work in our country, it's quite, comparing to other countries, small country, and we do not have so those cardiologists they are all involved in whole cardiovascular disease system, and we also work for all. So we have to look how it implements in everything we do, but we could use all these tools you are talking about to move forward with these issues, at least start this dialogue and then see what happens.
Great. Good, that's very helpful. I just wanted to test the temperature there. Actually, that's super, thank you. I have to give the floor back to Magda to give a little bit of a resume of what she's heard during this last hour of discussion. But before I do that, I just wanted to check with all of you around the room if there's anything additional you'd like to contribute, any further thoughts or reflections before we move into the sort of last part of the meeting, where we'll sort of round up and think about next steps. Any other thoughts or ideas, considerations? Vincent, please.
Yes, just one simple remark is just to emphasize the importance of having tools about, the cost effectiveness model of FH screening. I know it can be different from country to country, but if it could be possible to have in the advocacy toolkit a kind of simple, cost effectiveness model, and this may need, to work with economists. It's not a simple question. We try to address that when we did, the meeting that Bernard mentioned 2 years ago with David Wald. So, but we crucially need this kind of information and data to provide to our policymakers. So I really like to emphasize that point, the cost effectiveness model and the data that we could have in the advocacy toolkit.
Sure, and I think you're making a really important point here. I think there's been studies in various countries. I'm not sure time is. It's the timing, isn't it, in a sense? As I see it, there's the political opportunity now to move forward on a political level with the whole FH pediatric screening discourse. And if we wait for really robust, comprehensive cost effectiveness study, then we may miss that window of opportunity. But I think there needs to be some creative thinking about what evidence can actually be included in any advocacy toolkit that would be compelling enough to actually make the case. But as far as I've understood anyway, and please correct me if I'm wrong, John, Magda, that there's no overarching cost effectiveness study across Europe with regard to this, the pediatric screening, unfortunately, but there are pockets. And if that could be extrapolated, that might be tremendously useful. So thank you very much for that point, Vincent. Any other comments, thoughts?
Just to comment on what
John.
Vincent
Yes.
said. Yes, there is no comprehensive cost effectiveness study. There is some data, but the data needs interpretation and it needs putting in a political context, and it needs putting in the context of healthcare programs overall. I understand the need for health economics, but I also understand the need for moving quickly. I think we need to look at other diseases and other studies that have been done in other places and use some of the approaches that have been done there, because people have addressed this before, but at the moment we don't have anything that is worth putting in front of a health minister to convince him. We need to do something.
Thanks, John. Any last thoughts before I give the floor back to Magda?
Yes, I'd like to.
Okay.
Sorry.
Giovanni, and then
I was trying to raise my hand to catch attention, but happy to speak after Dorota.
Very nice, thank you, Giovanni. So for me, it was very interesting conversation, and I could hear a lot of inspiring thoughts. I made 3 notes as my summary, and this is very clear for me what I am hearing from you, that whatever we would like to do on the policy level, it needs definitely onboarding doctors who would be as the best maybe one of the best options to convince politicians. And the second topic is to convince or to talk in a reasonable way with decision makers. We need to bring this HCP perspective. And this is everything about what we are talking about, this cost effectiveness. And we maybe need to take it really in the broader perspective without complicating this already complex analysis, but to really show how this de facto very often small investment, because this testing is generally not very expensive, can generate in, for example, 10 years perspective, added value, financial value for the healthcare system. And third topic, which was not touched here, but I am thinking that maybe it is worth to predict this in advance, is part related to public position. In some way, maybe it's worth to think how we could handle this topic, to be really sure, to have checking that public wants to be screened. Because the worst what can happen, it would be that we will bring into the political conversations, and then might be situation that public will tell that because of stigma or whatever, they don't want to be screened. So this is just my thinking, which maybe could we consider to approach in the strategic planning. Thank you.
Thanks, Dorota. Well, time's rushing away. We've got Nimo who would also like to make a contribution, but Giovanni, I think you were next.
I wanted to share a great feeling of hope with the group, because if I take this example of toolkit, Advocacy Toolkit, that sounds like an emerging topic from a conversation that is actionable. And the encouragement would be to see what is the fastest, smallest things that we can do with what we already have to move to the next step. So as agile as possible, identifying who are the people that would be interested in such a kit, who would be willing to put something in that they already have, and what would be the request for people to take something out without having 200,000 hours invested in strategies, but already seeing this. And I find this kind of lines of thought and exchange in the past hour, extremely encouraging and constructive. So very much thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you for that. Mimo, very, very briefly, please, the floor's yours.
Sì, potrei aggiungere, ecco, una situazione che interessa a me in prima persona. Io potrei essere un esempio. Avessi saputo tanti anni fa di essere affetto da LPA, a quest'ora, ebbene, con le cure adeguate non sarei arrivato a questa situazione cardiovascolare, vi posso garantire, molto complessa e precaria, diciamo così. Ecco perché io sicuramente sarò un fautore forte, perché sono un esempio, lo so io. Ecco, e quindi la mia testimonianza dovrà sicuramente portare a qualche cosa, la mia come di altri. Io li chiamo fratelli nella sofferenza tutti quanti. Ecco perché sono fortemente convinto e voglio proprio dedicarmi in toto, totalmente a questo progetto, perché io credo che questo progetto possa portare frutti nel vero senso della parola, di eliminare parte della sofferenza che un domani un ammalato potrebbe avere. Grazie comunque.
Thank you so much, Mimo. And I think this is a really, really important contribution because it reminds us exactly why we're spending our Saturday here thinking, reflecting, working together, looking at solutions, looking at what might be possible, what the ambition might be, collaborating with other international European organizations to, really, as I always say, move the needle, and Magda uses that expression now as well, so that's kind of nice. So I'll move the needle and move it over to Magda now to say a few words in terms of a summary from your perspective, and also then give the floor to both you and John to look at next steps and closing the meeting. Please, the floor is yours.
It's great. Thank you everyone for your contribution. This is exactly why it's great to have you all come together and to have a great facilitator and moderator like Nicola. I have taken notes from all of your interventions, and I have then arranged them in 3 groups: the challenges, the gaps, and what's positive. And I think it would be useful to assign to everything that's sort of on the negative, is there a solution? And how quickly could we resolve that? So in terms of challenges, what was probably common across a lot of the interventions was how to approach, how to identify politicians, the lack of awareness among key stakeholders for us in this project, and that are both politicians, policymakers, as well as HCPs. I put it broadly, HCPs. And then what I heard from you is as well national competing priorities. That could be anything from having already health plans that are targeting a different disease, and as after that goes as well the funding, or maybe the ongoing problem that we have of COVID. There are certain solutions, there are certain answers to some of the challenges to overcome them, but not to all of them. Obviously, we cannot overcome competing with COVID as such, but there are ways where we can help identify politicians on a national level together through contacts that we have developed now, through other contacts that we have in the country. So I think this is a hurdle that can be overcome. Awareness is a long-term process. We're in for a marathon. It's not a sprint. We have to start it quickly, but we're in it for a marathon. When it comes to gaps, what is very specific, it's the cost effectiveness study, whether country specific or pan-European. I think what we need to do is actually put it, it's been already on our agenda. I just want to reassure you, it's not like we haven't been thinking about it. It's just extremely timely time consuming and expensive, and we were not in a position as FH Europe until now to commission something like that or pair up with someone. But there is a lot we can leverage, and during the technical meeting we have leveraged some of the cost effectiveness from some of the countries. So there are examples. They might not be your country specific, but there are some examples. When it comes to HCP knowledge, again, it's a process. This is why we are collaborating with EAS, and so the European Atherosclerosis Society, the European Society of Cardiology. We want to move as well, but this is long-term, into collaboration with pediatricians and so on and so forth. Again, if you remember, in 2020, we did a pilot study on educating young physicians. There are digital elements, digital strategies and tactics we can leverage, but it's not going to be resolved in the next 6 months. Again, it's a long-term process. This is something between a gap and a challenge mentioned by Dorota about potentially objective from the public. We have conducted a small sample study, a small sample survey about the feelings of patient community and general population about screening. Would they be in favor or not? It was a small sample, but still 100% everybody was for screening. So I can reassure you of that. And then positive. I think we have all heard, and that was the common thread here, is that the technical meeting was an inspiration and a motivation and a catalyzer for many of the activities. You are asking specifically for a toolkit, whether we call it an advocacy toolkit or an ambassador program, it's just semantics. We are all on the same line. There is already a lot produced post-meeting. It's just not yet been disseminated. The reports, the policy papers, the recordings, but now literally to answer to Gil's comment, we need to build a manual, and that's coming. This meeting today is the first time that I at least have experience with FH Europe community, that we are talking about advocacy, we're calling it advocacy, and we're talking about a manual, a toolkit. You've also said that, what I heard you saying is that we have models, we have good models, and you want to see them, you want them to be leveraged, you want them to be made more available. So this is an action that it's easily resolved. So on the positive side, great that there is excitement, motivation, that you're talking about collaboration. What we can as a community deliver is a toolkit, the models from the best practices, and let's just make sure that toolkit is advocacy, model of screening, and any other good practices that we have come across in the preparation process. I hope that sums up top line everything that was discussed. Have I missed anything? Please don't say yes. And if I haven't missed anything, then what I would like to do is move to the next and the sort of penultimate slide of our presentation, which keeps me on organized, is really to close this meeting. And I would like to hand over to John before I talk about specific steps.
Okay, well, I think we've all had a really good meeting. I've been impressed by the contributions that people have made. I've been impressed by the level of engagement that people have. And as Magda said, we have taken away a lot of things that you need from us. There's 3 things really I would ask you to do with us, for the future. Support our ambassador program. We need real patients who can speak with authority about what being a patient is like, and can help convince policymakers that this is something that they need to do. Another thing is, please help us find patient trustees. It's part of the same thing, but we need people on our board who can give the patient point of view, which is important, but it also gives us credibility. We can speak as if we are connected with patients, and our patient council will further enhance that credibility, and we will look to you to help find people for that council, who may be the ambassadors, they may be other people. And the third thing is, you've seen how we're trying to rework the way the organization works, how we work with the network, what you can expect from us, what we can expect from you. Please work with us over the next few months. Help us define the right structure for the network. You know, tell us what you need, tell us what you expect, and tell us what you can provide for us. And we will build that into our organization model. So that's really what I would ask of you. I also need to give some thanks, because this has been a fantastic meeting. I'm going to start by thanking our Chief Executive, Magda, for the enormous amount of work that she's put into this and the work that she's done today in bringing everyone together. It's been a fantastic job. I'd like to thank Nicola, who's been supporting us, who's helped us write our words, who's put slides together, who's kept us on message. It's been a fantastic job. I'd like to thank my fellow trustees who've supported this process, who've made presentations, and without them, we would not have had this meeting in this form. It's been a fantastic year, and I'm very proud of what they've done. There are a lot of people in the background here. We have our interpreters who have been working very hard doing their French and Italian. Fortunately, I haven't had to use it. I think my French and Italian is just good enough that I can understand, but I think they've done a great job. And one day maybe we'll get a Hebrew interpreter in case other people from Israel want to join as well. I'm not sure we can do Latvian or Lithuanian, but we'll see. Inessa can help us with that one, for Latvian. The IT people, Asha, thanks so much. But most of all, thank you, Network. Thank you, all the countries who put your time into this, who've shared your experiences, who've given us your thoughts and helped steer us on the right path where we can all make FH a thing of the past. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. That's part of my presentation. Thank you so much for gracefully taking that. And we know at least we'd not exceed the time if I speak. But building on this very kind and generous thank you message, I would like to ask for your feedback and ask Asha to launch a quick visual poll. And I hope she can place now the link in the chat where you can, in one word, but on several occasions, describe how you feel about this meeting. And I'm not going to give examples because I don't want to put words in your mouth or in your keyboard. Just use one word to describe how you feel about everything that happened today and moving forward, because we will use it as a reminder for ourselves. You should be able to click on the link, and with the link, it should take you to a website where you can enter the word. And it can be also in French and Italian. And while you do that, you've got all the thanks. So I'm just gonna sign under what John said. Thank you to everyone. I understand the importance of proper follow-up and rolling out, sorry. So what I am committing to you now is in the next days, because there are no more important meetings happening, finally, you will be getting a proper report from this meeting, the recording of this meeting, but also all the elements that we covered. So the access to the recordings from the technical meeting, the best practices, and so on and so forth. More importantly, we will be reaching out to you with the proposals for the dates around the face-to-face meeting, or better said, hybrid meeting in the springtime. I will also schedule follow-up meetings with all of you on a national level. I am already traveling to meet some of you. I wanted to say thank you to Austria for inviting me to the annual meeting. I'm going there mid of November. Then I'm going potentially to meet with CRE and also the Belgium organization. So we will be reestablishing those very close collaboration with you. And finally, please do take, as John said, this opportunity to help us drive this organization by becoming either a trustee or joining the patient council. I understand that you might have some questions to understand what it really means. I will be happy to answer that. So with that, more to come in the follow-up documentation. Thank you once again. And we have officially finished 7 minutes ahead of time.